Son, 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 Ah, son, son, Hörst du was? Eins, zwei, drei. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, hallo, Test, Sound, Test. 1, 2. Und hörst du so auch? 1, 2. Jetzt nicht, gell? David, ich wollte nur was testen schnell. Schau, hörst du mich? 3, Test. 1, 2, hallo. Wir sind gleich online.
Good morning, everyone. If you want to take a seat, we will start now with a slight delay of 10 minutes. Glad to see you all back here, fresh on the second day. I will say a few words about this session that is about to start, session 3 of this symposium, Futures Brought to Life, and then I will ask our first speaker of today on stage, José Ramos. So session 3 brings together academia with activism. It's somehow about different forms of making yourself be heard and also where to make yourself heard. So writing, doing, and making all have their distinct place in futuring or thinking about futures. And all the 3 speakers of today, or of this session, basically chose their own way of mobilizing their audience, their viewers, their readers, and for action in the real world. And academic research, for example, can examine literature as a medium and also think about how storytelling can shape present world actions. But it can also provide a framework in which we can zoom out and identify structures and guidelines along which to think about the futures. And activism, for what it's worth, this very grand term again, but equally examines theory and fiction coming together and clashing sometimes with our present-day world. José Ramos, already sitting here ready, will open this session. He is the director of Action Foresight, a company based in Australia. And with this company, he aims to connect preferred futures with present-day problem solving. He developed the Futures Action method, which I believe has also been put into action on Monday and Tuesday, where he hosted a workshop here together with Time's Up. And this Future Action method is a framework for how global foresight may inform localized action. And José also teaches foresight, public policy, and social innovations at a number of universities, and currently lectures at Victoria University in globalization studies. So I would like to ask José on stage and speak about what we can learn from a conversation with 3 mythological beings from the future. Welcome on stage.
Thanks, everyone. Also, if there's a mic that we can use, a hand mic, that would be good. We'll need that. This will be a little bit of audience participation. Yeah, just leave it there. Thank you. This will be a little bit of audience participation to start off the day. And so a way of having a dialogue. So one of the questions that we've been asking in Futures has been around narrative and storytelling, and the idea of a mythological being. We have myths, they're prevalent within even future studies. Sohail Inayatullah developed causal layered analysis, a way of, interrogating and also using for a narrative with Ivana Milojevic, narrative foresight, and we see a lot of these different strains and genealogies emerging within the field. So it's sort of exciting to see these different elements. This particular presentation is going to use the idea of a mythological being. And partly that's because they're very prevalent in our history. When we think about the last, we don't know how long some of these go back. We can speculate, that's the whole field of anthropology, but we created gods. We created spirits. We gave them different manifestations. We tried to explain our cosmos. We wanted to connect with particular aspects of the world. We wanted to be inspired. And all these different ways of creating mythological beings are really woven into the fabric of human meaning making. One of the things that Joseph Campbell did talk about, he passed away, but one of the things that he talked about was that he believed the old myths for making sense of the world offered by religion no longer make sense to many people. So it was sort of his call to action. It said, oh, well, you need to create some new myths, folks. The 21st century is different, and the centuries after that are different. It's time to do some culture hacking and play with this a little bit. So what are the new myths for our new era and challenges? Myths appropriate to truly supporting us in the times that we live in. So this is really following that invocation by Joseph Campbell. What might be those new myths? And the question of mythological beings, if we have if we've come from a history of mythological beings that we believed were, real, right? But now we don't believe they're real. We know that they're figurative, they're metaphoric in nature. What does that mean for us? Well, obviously science fiction has a lot to say about mythological beings when we think about the future and 21st century. Here's an image of, from 2001: A Space Odyssey, from Stanley Kubrick's masterpiece. And here we have the cosmic child, the star child. For me that represents humanity waking up. Humanity is a child. In this image, humanity is a child. It's a fetal child. And it's looking back on itself for the first time. Oh, wow, I'm a planetary being. That's the meaning it has for me. And I think that these mythological beings are powerful ways of imbuing meaning, of meaning making, especially given the crises and the challenges that we face. Here's another set of mythological beings, the aliens from Arrival, who come to Earth effectively to tell us, we're going to need you in about 250,000 years. So can you just keep the Earth going for a little while? And we need you to not destroy each other. Here's some technology. You have to think in a non-linear way. You have to enfold the future into the present and the past into the present all at once. And, the character's like, holy shit, that's crazy. And they learn it through language. It's a language that gives them the capability to enfold the future, the present, and the past together, and to see with that simultaneity. It's a profound metaphor. And again, mythological beings are kind of telling us something, right? Through the medium of science fiction. Starman, which is similar to the day the Earth stood still, essentially showing the crudeness of our approach to an alien other. You know, he comes to offer new technologies for humanity, but instead we just treat him like crap and put him in jail and shoot at him, and eventually he's able to weave his spirit through a woman. And then, you know, lots of speculative imagery that can help us to break out. What might this mythological being be, you know, that we're prostrating ourselves to? Well, you know, this guy doesn't seem the friendliest of sorts, but we don't know who he is. We can speculate. We can imagine. So to do this in a playful way, I want these mythological beings from the future to be embodied. And so I've thought of three archetypal beings for the crises that we face. I'm boiling things down, right? We face a lot more than three crises, but I'm kind of boiling it down. This is like Occam's razor to planetary crisis. So the first one is ecological stewardship or management, right? That's a pretty damn big challenge that we have. As humanity, we've never really been in a place where, like, yeah, we actually have to manage the atmosphere of the planet. Geez. We've always just assumed that. You know, we were in the Holocene, it was all good. You know, let's start a civilization. And all of a sudden we're like, oh, right, so there's an atmosphere here we have to work out, and we have oceans and the scale of our impact. So that's one. The other one is equity, right? Equity. A lot of billionaires around these days. And then the third one is peaceful coexistence, right? And that's a pretty damn big challenge. So that's the kind of Occam's razor on planetary challenges and crises. So without further ado, I'd like to launch into, where did that come from? Well, that is that is also a mythological being from the future. That's from Idiocracy, which tells us a whole lot about our challenges today. Okay. So without further ado, let's go into I'd like to invite our first mythological being from the future to come up and have a conversation with us, not just me, but with us. So please come up wherever you are. And let me give you. Hello, mythological being.
Hi.
How are you today?
Yeah, hanging in there, feeling the creaking bones. And is this working? Yeah.
Yeah, so mythological beings don't always have just a perfect day.
Far from it,
Far from it.
especially
Yeah.
Me. My role, well, they like to call me the planetary maintenance girl. You can imagine that there's a lot of work to do for me, and I am 8 billion years old, hence the creaking bones, and I have been around lots of planets, some older than yours, others somewhat younger, and on most of them my work is kind of appreciated, but also often overlooked. You know, think of plumbing, blocked toilets, blocked planetary flows, things like that. So I do get my hands dirty a lot. What my real role is to maintain flows of relationships between beings on different planets. So when I was young and idealistic, you know, I thought, oh, this is going to be great. I'm just going to, you know, wave my hands around and do some weaving and yeah, make these connections. Because there are these things called phyllodes, some threads that connect life to each other. And I thought I was just going to be a weaver, you know. But what it ended up happening, especially on this planet, is that the connections have solidified into pipes, broken pipes, clogged pipes, pipes with fat bergs in them. So it's a really stinky job that I have to do. So it's, what I'm hoping is that I can get back to my weaving, flowing, connecting job. But on Earth, I'm going to have to need a lot of help.
How many, you know, because you've been around, you know, the cosmos, and you must have seen a lot of planetary civilizations come and go. How many like were able to solve their problems? Just curious. This is just me, just being kind of like, I'm just curious. Like, what are our chances?
I think about 37%.
Right.
So you should be all right. You're not the worst.
Right.
There are much worse civilizations, so have hope, people.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But
We got a chance. We got a good chance.
you have a chance,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
not for a very long time. So,
Right,
I mean,
okay.
I've seen things waking up and then being smashed down. You know, those billionaires,
Right.
they're doing lots of things that,
Yeah.
that are not okay. But then some of them start doing these things like buying coal power plants to shut them down and doing demergers. So there are really interesting things. But
Yeah.
yeah, we're going to have to unblock those pipes together because,
Okay.
to be honest, I don't have enough hands here.
Right,
There are other planets
right.
for me to deal with, so
Okay.
yeah.
So we're going to need to partner up a bit, is what you're kind of saying.
Well, yeah, that's
Like, we got to do some of the real work.
So
Yeah, we
the
can't just be
best-
thinking about it. Yeah.
No, the best civilizations that, I don't want to make a judgment call, but the civilizations that I really like working with
Yeah.
are the ones where they take on the responsibility for their own actions.
Right. Okay.
And one of the biggest quality, or the most important quality there, is that they pay attention to each other, clean up after themselves. You know, simple
right. Okay.
stuff. Like,
Yeah. Got it.
but
Okay.
yeah.
Now, real quick, what are some of the
Clogged pipes.
if we think of the new kind of personalities we need, the new personas that we need to develop planetary civilization as a species, what are some of those in your opinion? Mike?
It's okay. Kindly grandmothers are important, also often overlooked. We need people who are capable of both thinking with their heads and getting on their knees to unblock those toilets. So
Right, okay.
the thinking
So
is
get it-
necessary,
Yeah.
but it needs to be coupled with the doing, because
Right.
the thinking will help.
Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
unless it's get done.
You can't think your way through a plumbing problem. Yeah.
Absolutely
No.
no. And yeah, nothing should be
Yeah.
below your, you shouldn't think yourself above anyone else. So, yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure we get some audience participation. If you have a question, this is your chance. You know, you don't come across a mythological being every day and from the future. So please, yes.
So, planetary maintenance girl, don't you have some like magic in your hands to make those pipes flexible and flowing again? Do we have to do all the work ourselves?
Yes.
Yes.
So, well, I guess my superpower, or my magic, whatever, is to listen to those flows around. And I can point to the problems. I can teach you how to unblock the pipes. But I have so many planets, and I can't unblock all your toilets, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But that said, I am there whenever you need me. There's this nun in the Middle Ages called Hildegard von Bingen, who has coined a term to describe my magic. She called it viriditas, the greening force behind all life. So that's where you'll find me. But you do have to pull it to yourself, and you do need to get it through those pipes, like, you know, those toilet unblocking things.
Well, I'd like to prostrate myself to your power, mythological being. May we listen to your divine wisdom. Let's give our mythological being a bit of a hand. Thank you. Our next mythological being is, really the cosmic spirit of equity. So I'd like to invite that mythological being from the future to come up, and we'll have a chat.
Good morning.
Now, this mythological being has many different manifestations. Some people have heard of Robin Hood, who steals from the rich and gives to the poor, and has his own systems of redistribution. And we have, many different examples. But it's an incredible honor and privilege to be able to talk to you. And to be honest, we have a big problem here on Earth. We have a billionaire problem, and we don't know what to do about it. So, yeah.
Well, the first thing to think about is that word privilege you just used. So yeah, many manifestations, some of them famous, some of them not, but you have seen me everywhere you saw a locked door, everywhere you saw a high wall, everywhere you saw a child begging for food. You've seen me everywhere. You probably felt me in your head as well, not in a creepy way. This is the 21st century, we don't do that anymore. But yes, you've seen me, or at least you've seen where I should be. You've seen where I am necessary.
I don't understand. Why have we seen you?
Well, you see, you mentioned one of my most famous forms,
Yep.
Robin, the hooded one. The hood is important. We'll come back to the hood. The hooded one was necessary because, well, he's often thought of as a famous thief. He stole from the rich. He stole. He took things away from people who had them already. But the thing with the idea of theft is you have to have an idea of property before you can have the idea of theft. And the thing with the idea of property is not so much that it says theft is bad, it says that some thefts are more bad than others. And the question is, who gets to decide which are the good thefts and which are the bad ones? That's where we come to that word privilege, isn't it?
Wow. And you've been around the block. You've probably seen many planetary civilizations come and go.
One or two.
How many of them just do away with or change this idea of property and ownership? There must be mutations out there. Different.
I'm kind of loath to use a term that you people use a lot. I'm kind of loath to go quantitative on this, really. It's not...
Yeah, you're not a quantity... Okay, sorry.
Well, the obsession with counting things is kind of the problem, right?
Yeah.
It's, you know, if we
Okay.
weren't
Now-
so busy counting how much we had,
Right.
maybe we'd be more interested in what there was in general, possibly. But your point is well taken. These things have a tendency of working themselves out over the long run,
Yeah.
because that's what the long run is for. But the thing is, and again, you use this word civilization, and it's a very fine thing to be able to stand up among your fellow creatures and say, hey, look at us, we've got a civilization. Pretty neat.
Yeah, we're proud. We're pretty proud. Yeah.
Well, yeah, why not, right? Why not?
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
you know, what is the marker of that civilization? You know, is it glorious temples to commerce and savings like this, right? It's a pretty neat space we're in here.
Yeah.
Good vibes. Must have cost a bunch of money to put together. And yeah, that some of that money came from people putting money away for a rainy day.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's that whole rainy day thing, right? It's, you know, rainy days as you think of them financially, quantitatively. It's not about rain, is it? It's about when, as the kids say, when shit goes down.
Yeah, right. I want to ask you a question. Like I said before, we have I don't know if you think of it as a billionaire problem, but we have a billionaire problem where you have just a handful of people own, the lion's share of wealth on this planet. What kinds of new personalities and attitudes and that we need to create? What advice do you have for us?
I think for me, I would say it's less about finding a new thing to be as remembering an old thing, or indeed a thing that's there all the time anyway.
Yeah.
Right? So that whole logic of accumulation, of hoarding, if you like, of taking because you can, a lot of that kind of relies on the fundamental sense that most people have that they shouldn't do that. And a lot of it relies on the good nature, possibly unwise, of people such as that, who see something like that happen, who see someone take too much, who see someone cut in line, who see someone gather all the good stuff. And they think, well, that sucks. I wish that guy wasn't doing that. But, it's not my job to do anything about it. You see, people think of me as a thief, as someone who steals, as someone who takes. And, taking, I guess, is right. But it's not so much about taking stuff. It's about taking responsibility. That feeling for equity is there in all of us, I think. Possibly even in those billionaires. They may be better at tamping it down than the rest of us, but...
Yeah.
But it's about taking responsibility for the distribution of stuff.
Right, okay.
It's about not saying, well, that sucks. It would be good if someone took care of that.
Yeah.
Be good if we all stood up and said, no, hang on a second.
Yeah.
Because there's way, as you said it yourself, there's not many of those billionaires, really. How many of us turning around and standing up and saying, no, motherfucker, stop
Yeah.
it.
So we need to channel a bit of the spirit of taking responsibility, and that's what Robin Hood did. He just said he's going to take responsibility for...
Yeah, I mean, when I was Robin, there was a certain amount of the propaganda of the deed, if you like.
Right,
Sometimes
right.
you've got to show people the way.
Yeah, right.
Got to make
right.
a noise.
Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's a part of PR. It's kind of a PR approach.
Well, that's, it's an ugly word, but maybe.
Okay, all right. Contemporary word for that, yeah. Does anyone have any questions for our mythological being from the future?
Don't be shy.
This is your chance to... Okay, well, I'd really like to... Thank you for gracing us with your presence tonight. Honor your presence. I bow to your presence, the presence of cosmic essence.
And that's good of you, man, but we got to stop this kneeling to people. That's part of the problem, yeah? Respect is cool, but, you shouldn't have to kneel to no one.
I mean, Mexicans got used to it for hundreds of years. I'll try to learn my way out.
You'll get there.
Thank you. Okay, and I'd like to invite our third and final cosmic spirit to come up and grace us with his presence. Peaceful coexistence. And peaceful coexistence has many different forms. It has many different forms. Able to live long and healthy lives like the forests of the many cosmic worlds, like our Ents from Lord of the Rings, and even like Groot, you know, a tree spirit who has a peaceful heart. He has a peaceful heart. Thank you so much for being with us, Cosmic Spirit. We have some pretty big problems with this whole thing of conflict among our species. Yeah, sorry.
I can't hear you. There's a conflict going on.
That's the problem. We can't even hear each other among the conflict.
I think we've kind of run out of time, don't you?
Have we?
Have we?
Have we?
Do we think?
Have we run out of time?
Look, I'll be honest with you. I've been calm, I've been kind of chill for about 7.5 billion years. You met my friends earlier.
Yes.
They're lovely people.
Yeah.
But this peaceful coexistence shtick seems to be kind of wearing thin, like we've been around for a really long time. And I say we, I mean kind of like, you might think of us as like, you said trees earlier, right? That's a nice word, trees. Trees are beautiful, but really it's kind of like flora. We're like kind of everywhere and kind of watching everything and kind of like keeping you all alive, but really sort of underappreciated. And we communicate, we talk to each other. You don't see it, you don't hear it. We have networks. We get together. You take some of us out, we replace ourselves. But we've been standing around kind of watching this as you're like taking up all of the kind of places that we used to be. I mean, this is nice. It's nice. It will be nice. But, you know, it's kind of time.
Time for what?
It's time to make a change, man.
What do we have to change? I mean, what are some of the,
Have you even seen the examples in the universe?
I haven't.
We've
got the James Webb Telescope, and we're trying, but our technology is pretty limited.
It's kind of a weak excuse. I've seen you do a lot of things.
Yeah. So, sorry. Well, can you tell us some of those examples? I mean, like, of planetary civilizations that have, you know, how many have destroyed themselves and how many have managed to get through? Like, what, can you just tell us a little about how things work out there?
Surprisingly, it's a pretty low percentage that actually make it through. I mean, of all the sort of planets and all the sort of places and environments in the universe, it's a pretty small number that actually kind of like just get their shit together and figure out.
How do they do it? How do they do it?
They kind of reach a turning point.
I'm really
they kind of come to, I mean, you know, pardon the use of the term, they sort of come to Jesus.
They come to Jesus.
Yeah, they actually kind of, you know, they get to a point where they realize that they actually are going to have to get along rather than to compete.
Yeah.
The resources aren't there to be consumed in a kind of competitive fashion. They're actually there to be used cooperatively, collaboratively. But this drilling, the banging, the sort of the consumption, it's making my head hurt.
Well, thanks for being here anyways.
No, it's great. It's fine.
Yeah.
I've seen things you wouldn't believe.
I'm sure you've seen terrible things. Does it make you emotional when you see, well, okay, does anyone have we have our spirit with us for a short time, very short time. So do you have any questions for the spirit of peaceful coexistence?
Come at me, bro. Come on. I'll answer anything. Seriously, I'm fine, I'm approachable. You?
Are you curious about how we're gonna get through and live with each other? Please, yes, just shout it out.
I can hear.
So it's just a minor question. So what's your view on violence and non-violence?
What's yours? I mean, honestly, you know, people have talked nonviolence for millennia, but they don't actually kind of walk the walk, most of us. That, you know, sometimes you actually have to kind of make a point. Sometimes you actually have to snuff out a few civilizations to get people to notice, to get them to kind of listen.
Yeah, in Alcoholics Anonymous, we call that hitting rock bottom.
And well, exactly.
Yeah.
Rocks.
Yeah.
Crispy little rocks.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay.
This just goes to show you that not all mythologies are what you think they are.
Yes.
That sometimes they have limits. Limits to growth.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we're just going to have to come to mythological being. We have another question from.
Can you get along with anyone even if they're wrong?
Absolutely. As long as we're trying to get along to kind of together, wrong, right, doesn't really matter. It's collaboration. The problem with everything that we're seeing is the competitive consumption of resources, the competitive consumption of our environment, rather than the sort of collaborative building. So I'm just gonna poison minerals, carbon, petroleum, anything that we compete for as resources.
Yeah.
We'll fix it.
What's the one thing that one of the civilizations did that helped them to do what this, you know, what
Seems
this
nice.
person?
This one.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, seems nice.
What's the one thing that civilization, that planetary civilization, did to actually be able to achieve that you know, peaceful coexistence?
Stopped competing and started collaborating.
Okay.
And that collaboration came through empathy, through sort of being able to understand each other's point of view, to experience each other's experiences, to realize what it meant to go without, to fight, to fear. So, collaboration.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you. I hope we can listen to your spirit, and please, you're welcome to come back anytime you want, even with the clanging and the banging.
I'll be back.
Thanks. And I'd like to thank you. I'm not going to prostrate myself because there's another cosmic being that's taught me not to do that. But
Yeah.
I want to thank you.
We can all get along, man.
Okay, so well, first of all, I'm blown away by your performances. Thank you for playing with me. This banging, this incessant banging was inspired. I was going to say this presentation was inspired. This incessant banging was inspired. This presentation, some of the ideas were inspired. This idea of mutant futures, and the idea with mutant futures is that our futures are calling forth new selves and new methods, and that the future is a resource for thinking about how we transform who we are and also transform what we do and how we do it. It's an invitation, it's a space, and so we got to experience a little bit of that through our mythological beings from the future, who held that space very powerfully, each of them, for 3 archetypal crises, and to have a conversation about what does it mean to actually be different and to do different. So with that, really, really thank you for having me, and again, thanking Time's Up and everyone else who's put this together. Okay.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have a question to this mythological being?
Yeah, revenge time. If, to the extent that we all, at some point, to some degree, embody various archetypes, because that's the point, right? They're kind of distillations of part of what we are as people. Which archetype or archetypes do you think best represent futuring as a work?
Wow, that's a good question and a tough question. Thanks. Well, I've been doing it to everyone else, so now it should go back to me. I've heard the jester used, but I don't like that one necessarily. The jester does speak truth to power, and then gets their head chopped off every now and again. And I think that our job needs to be to speak truth to power. Chris Rock's performance in the Oscars So White Oscars award was unbelievable. You know, he truly embodied the jester that speaks truth to power. And he did it with such grace. That was long before the slap, right? For futurist, I really like the Arrival as a metaphor. I mean, I think those aliens are really freaking crazy, and I think that's not quite an archetype. It's more of it's a character from a science fiction film, but you know, a being that actually teaches humanity to think in multiple, which teaches humanity to unfold time, to unfold the present and the future and the past together. I mean, that's essentially what it's asking us to do, and that's what we as, you know, if you want to call yourself a futurist or the futurist thing, you know, I know we're in that ambiguous space here, but I think that is part of it. I think the other part of it for me, and why I like the idea of mutant futures so much, is because I am a believer in hybridity as a way to unleash human creativity. And I think that this field, or not even field, but this space, this constellation, has the potential for that hybridity and that creativity. And so if I were to think of an archetype that did that, now I'm stretching my brain really, really, really hard. Janus? Janus? Two sides? Yeah, possibly, yeah. I don't know the story of Janus. Yeah. Let's just leave it as a question. Yeah. Thank you.
Something that I was wondering, so I really like this approach that you have of bringing futures back to yourself, basically, to the self, to the person, to the individual. And I was wondering, so I studied your theories a bit, or I tried to.
Studied what?
Your theories, or like.
Okay. The ideas, yeah.
Your ideas, exactly. And I was wondering, so you include the self as one of your, one parts of the mutant futures triangle. Would you go so far as to describe or as to acknowledge the self, or this approach as a form of like change yourself before you can change the world?
I don't think there's a starting point, or it starts in one place or another. I think there's entry points. Like a lot of the mutant future stuff. I grew up in California. Both of my parents were kind of very new agey. Grew up with kind of alternative Christianity, yoga, and this and that, self-help, a lot of self-help. One of the things that I kind of rejected in California, beautiful place and great potentials, but it was all about self-help. And it was this kind of hamster wheel of self-help. And I noticed other parts, it's really about the community or about society. You start with society, and you don't think about yourself. And then that loops back and it creates who you are. If you look at societies that put community and society first, you have very different outcomes. You don't have the kind of inequality that you end up with in Los Angeles, for example. So I think there's I think I wouldn't, yeah, I would definitely say, you know, include them all, and everyone's got to find their own entry point. Yeah. I hope that at least got halfway there. Yeah. But a lot of the sociological approaches to futures and a lot of that social structural analysis does disown the individual, and so there's an attempt to bring that in. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And I think that's important. Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Here's my.
We have so many now.
Thank you. I really enjoyed this live participation. That's obviously pre-prepared. And do you didn't? I'm not familiar with the work. So could you just talk about? Do you use this when working with communities so people inhabit and embody these positions, like these mythological creatures we saw today, we met today? And in doing that, do you use theatre techniques, for example, so people sort of embody and inhabit them in a way that goes beyond their everyday?
Yeah. So for the Mutant Futures approach and thinking, I've never done embodiment. This is the first time. But I have done embodiment stuff, theatrical stuff in futures. So I ran a course in Melbourne where we used the work of Auguste Boal, Theatre of the Oppressed, and we did frozen theater, where you freeze, unfreeze, and you get audience participation to create themselves as statues that represent a particular state, and then to transform that with that participation. So I actually think, and I know a lot of other quote-unquote, futurists who use role play as a way to, to get people embodying that. So yeah, there's people who do it. I haven't done a lot of it. This was more, fairly kind of, it just emerged like, okay, this could work here, and luckily, people were willing to play. So yeah, but it could be that in the future, okay, we want someone to embody this mythological being from the future. Let's generate an archetype that we want them to play with. Let's script it up a little bit and let them actually, and then move, and then to go into dialogue with them, and dialogue from that place. It's a little bit like wind tunneling. You have a future, and then you get to engage with that future from a present point of view. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you so
Thanks
much for introducing us to the 3 very special beings on stage. Thank you for your talk. And we have a 10-minute coffee break, hopefully a more or less silent one. And then we see each other again. And one more organizational remark for the stream. Obviously, like yesterday, you can ask questions on slido.com. The link should be on your stream slide right now. So we can ask your questions here in space to the speakers. Thanks.
Sag's mir Bescheid. Hallo? Test. 1, 1, 1. Okay, thank you. That was a test.
Is your mic already?
Check, 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 check. Czech, Pole, Slovakian.
So we will continue. Paul is already on his position. Very good. Welcome on stage, Paul Graham Raven, postdoc researcher for Lund University in Sweden. He's a writer, a science fiction writer, and also brings together science fiction and social theory. And he especially explores infrastructural reconfiguration. So, very curious about that. You write poetry, fiction, narratives. You occasionally publish as a journalist, also for The Guardian, I saw. And you will speak about the limitations of literacy meandering towards a transmedia ecology of futures. Please, give it away.
I will try to do that, yes. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks very much for inviting me. It's a huge honor. It's particularly nice to be, among new faces. There we go. I just don't want to, I don't want to do that too much. It's nice to meet lots of new faces. It is also very nice to be around some people who I've known for quite a long time but haven't seen in ages. It's nice to have the old gang back together. The Weird Futures tribe, if you like. So thank you for having me here. And hello to the people in the live stream, if there's anyone in there. I don't know if my mum's in there, but mum, if you're in there, don't heckle, okay? There's just no need for that. So, yeah, I'm thinking back to Jose's thing about roles there. It's, I guess possibly it's possibly vanity, but I do often think of myself in that kind of jester archetype. I know I don't really have the hat for it, but that, speaking truth to power, I guess, is something I've always tried to do. Whether I succeed or not, I don't know. That's not for me to decide. And whether later on you'll decide to chop my head off for it, again, that's not for me to decide either. I'll leave that one to you lot. So, I mean, thinking back to when I first met some of these people who are here today, I realized that I'm still kind of playing the role that I was playing then, whatever the hell that is. We might describe it as the application of overthinking, I guess. It makes me feel more important, though, to call it theorizing, and myself a theorist. You may indulge me in that, or you may not. That's up to you. So, a lot has happened in the last decade on a personal level. This time 10 years ago, I was just starting a PhD in Sheffield. On a societal level, I'm pretty sure I don't need to go there about what's happened to us in the last decade. But for what we're now calling experiential futures, right? It's been quite the ride. It's been quite the ride since the days when Bruce Sterling was still blogging about this design fiction thing. The weird have turned pro, as we used to say, and talk about be careful what you wish for, right? But there's an explosion of interest in this stuff, right? In what's sometimes now called the inductive school of futuring, as opposed to the abductive. Creative stuff, playful stuff, very qualitative, not quantitative. That is a thing. So, this explosion of interest in these methods, and an explosion of methods, right? Social futuring, mutant futuring. So, there's lots of different sorts of futuring, which is great, I think. Hybrid vigor, a diverse ecosystem of stuff going on. It's great news. And with that has come an explosion of new forms of futuring, new rhetorical vehicles, if you like, and along with those new forms, new content coming out of those forms, coming out of those methods. Now, just to be clear, I'm a theorist and a bit of a critic. I'm not here to dump on any of this. I am on this boat as well, right? I identify with this scene. I am not here to sink the ship, but I'm here to say, well, maybe we should look around, see where the ship is sailing. So, to get you to where my thinking is at right now, I need to wind back to a claim I made quite a long time ago now. Which is that all futures are narratives, and I made that extensively in a paper I wrote with Shirin Ilahi after Oxford Futures Forum 2014, I think. So this is a much less controversial claim now than it was when I first made it. I can't take the credit for that as much as I'd like to. I think really I just kind of codified what a lot of people were thinking already. If I have a skill, maybe that's the only one. But it's not a facile point, right? Or at least I don't think it's a facile point. And it wasn't then, and it's definitely not now, because if we assume that futures are narratives, it means that there is a narratology of futures. And that is something I found a bit of a harder sell, to be quite honest, but there are people talking about that now. Narratology of futures, as much as I've been battering on about it for the last day to people, is actually kind of out of the scope of today's talk, but we might drift into it here and there. What I want to do next is step on a little bit from that as well. So say, okay, if all futures are narratives, then the starting point of my push today is to extend that argument and say, okay, if all futures are narratives, then all futures are also therefore media. And I do mean all of them, right? Not just the Marvel movies, the Mars Colony novels, the Meow Wolf side rooms. This is a time when this is true of even a dream whispered between one lover to another, right? For futures to leave our heads is for them to be shared between us in medias res, through, if only at first and at base, the medium of language, the first medium, the first technology, the very bottom of the stack, far deeper than Benjamin Bratton dares to look. So if there's one bit of media theory that everyone knows, it's this one. You know nothing of my work. So yeah, the medium is the message. Came from this guy, Marshall McLuhan, Catholic mystic, renegade academic, a zeitgeist genius or a charlatan huckster, depending on who you ask. I'm not sure the distinction is more than a matter of perspective, to be quite honest. This famous riff gets a lot of stick for its supposed technological determinism, as does media ecology more broadly. Like much of what McLuhan said, or at least the stuff that gets remembered, the medium as the message is a probe, it's a provocation. It's not meant to be taken as a literal definition of everything he thought. That we still repeat it as cliché is a mark of how well he grasped the media of his time. He knew how to package an idea in a way that would get passed around. He understood that simplification was necessary. But simplification comes with its own problems. That aside, any which way, we all care about messages, right? The message matters. So let's restate McLuhan in a slightly less scary way and say that form shapes content. Now, I'm a writer, and we writers have known this for a long time. Indeed, you might argue that the ancient scholarship of rhetoric was kind of a premonition of exactly what McLuhan was saying. So when we talk about the rhetorics of a thing, the rhetorics of a medium, we are talking about what it's possible to say with it, and what it's not possible to say with it. For the designers in the room, you might prefer the term affordances, right? Very similar idea. And this is why experiential futures is exciting, right? We can see this playing out in the stuff we do. New media for futures means new futures. New forms enable new content. Great. Now, there's more to media theory than McLuhan, though sometimes it would be hard to tell even from the writings of the field. The field that defines itself around McLuhan as the kind of base prefers to be called media ecology rather than media theory. They can be quite sniffy about that. They can actually be quite sniffy about a lot of things, media ecologists. It's quite interesting to read them. For a discipline with a global outlook, they're very provincial in certain ways, but that's by the by. I hope there are no media ecologists in the audience today. I have some issues with some of media ecology, and I'll come to one of them shortly, but let's look at this canonical definition of media ecology by Neil Postman, which is just as relevant today. So, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff here, but I think the really important bit for today is kind of, the last line there actually is pretty important. Media ecology is the study of media as environments, but also the bit I've bolded there, right? The specifications of a medium are more often implicit and informal, half concealed by our assumption that what we are dealing with is not an environment, but merely a machine. But yeah, look at that date though, 1970. They thought they had media problems then, right? Now we look back on the 70s with something close to nostalgia, which I'm told by people who are alive then is something of a mistake. But that date also provides us not just with that historical depth to the issues that we're looking at, but also with a limitation regarding Postman's and media ecology's terminology. So just hold on to that word environments. We'll come back to that. Lots has changed since Postman's heyday, of course. But what is most relevant to us here today? I hear a lot of talk, professional and popular, about there being a crisis of futurity. But like there are more futures than ever before. That's pretty uncontestable, I think. And that's kind of why there is a crisis of futurity. The crisis is one of abundance rather than scarcity. Now, there is a good side to this. As we've already said, new media means new makers, new people making stuff, new people making futures. The means of production are much more widely available than they were before. But the means of distribution are still very restricted. And that seems counterintuitive, right? I mean, hello, the internet, right? But yeah, you're right, the internet. And yes, people can make their own futures and people can distribute them themselves. But the algorithms decide who actually gets to see it. Now, this is partly a matter of infrastructure, which many here will know is the other hat I wear sometimes. That's also a bit out of scope today, but maybe we can go into it later. But it's also exactly media ecology, as Postman described it, right? The media environment shapes what you can say, what you can be, who you can reach, how what you say is framed. So given all that, you might think, wow, this guy's got to be really gung-ho for this whole futures literacy thing. Nah, sorry. I think futures literacy, as formulated by its progenitors, is a fully well-intentioned one, but a distraction nonetheless. Futures literacy is a kind of meta-future, right? It's a future of futures, or perhaps even just a future of futurists in both senses of that phrase. I would even go so far as to say that at its worst, it's a solipsism of solutionism. But I guess I better explain why. So I see futures literacy as both a limit and a limitation. You can maybe see why if we go back to the source of the stream, if you like, high up on Mount UNESCO. Now, I mean, yeah, okay, I've kind of cherry-picked a bit here, but cherry-picking is valuable, right? You've got to look for the distinctive features of a thing. And when you look at futures literacy as it's defined by the UNESCO people, this language really leaps out, right? And not for its distinctiveness, is my point. These are the same terms you'd find in any big-ticket consultancy slide deck, right? Innovation, new ideas, identify opportunities, target investment. In futures literacy, some see a brand new paradigm. Me, I just see the same old buzzword bingo. So recall my earlier point that language is a medium, the medium of mediums, if you like. It is also a map of the territory. To use someone's language is to grant their map legitimacy and power. The futures literacy language is greasy with C-suite slickness, which is a warning in itself. It's also quite explicitly aimed at decision makers, a term which, much like stakeholders, carefully excludes almost everyone while sounding like it doesn't do that. And as for being better at using the future, I've got to say, it looks to me like decision makers are already using the future pretty well because they're busily selling it off at discount rates for the sake of growth in the present. Don't think they need any help with that. Those of you who don't already know me are now thinking, this guy's the cynic in the room. Correct, yes. Those who know me will tell you that is definitely the case. But look, to be clear, UNESCO mean well, right? And I mean that completely sincerely. The people from UNESCO believe in what they're doing. The people from McKinsey believe in what they're doing. The people at BlackRock believe in what they're doing. But the environments they operate in and the environments that those organizations are media. Those environments condition what is possible. They assign roles. They specify moralities. The medium is the message, and the medium is capitalism, right down to the very base layer of language. They're as much creatures of their environment as the rest of us, perhaps even more so. So yeah, someone had to drop the C-bomb eventually, didn't they? Might as well be me. Sometimes, many scholars have written far more eloquently than I ever could or will ever get the chance to do on the extent to which the medium of capitalism has shaped the message of futurity. I've got references if you want them. Start with Mark Fisher if you haven't read him already. It's a very accessible way in. But others have also written on Capital's capture of futuring, the triumph of the cyberneticists at Rand, the abductive school of Shell and others, the investor story time of Peter Drucker's progeny, so on and so forth. However, there is a pushback ongoing on the latter front, and experiential futures, the thing that we do, is a part of that. We're changing the form and we're changing the content as a result. And that may offer some hope on the issue of futurity more broadly. Capital took it from us, just channeling Robin Hood again there, but perhaps it can be taken back. But literacy is not going to do it, at least not on the UNESCO model. Capital likes literacy. Capital likes literacy. Literacy's good, makes for more productive workers. You don't have to beat it into their heads, you can just tell them to read the notice in the tea room. More productive workers, more surplus value. We like it, it's good. But it has always been very careful to constrain exactly how much of the gift it spreads around, because literacy makes lousy consumers. To put it another way, UNESCO will never train people not to need UNESCO. No organization productizes its own obsolescence. That's not Marxian false consciousness, it's systems theory. Though again, maybe the distinction is a little fuzzy there. I also want to call bullshit on the poverty of imagination thing. Frustratingly, it's kind of half right. To think in futures is to think in abstractions, and that is a skill acquired only with time and training. It is this privilege that binds us all together in this room. You know, I'm an intersectional kind of guy. There are lots of different advantages and disadvantages we have, but the one that ties everyone together in this room, and I dare say everyone on the live stream as well, is we have had the privilege and the time to learn how to think in abstractions. Because if you were to ask me why the majority of people struggle to imagine the future, it's because they're too damn busy trying to make it to the end of the month when the next paycheck turns up. And I argue that imagination isn't trained in and can't be trained in, it's trained out. Now, I'm a childless man in his mid-40s, so I'm going to throw this one out to the parents in the room, but I want you to tell me which of these two archetypes do you think has the greater imaginative power? A 30-something McKinsey consultant or a 7-year-old who has just discovered dinosaurs? Right? This poverty of the imagination is simply the clientelization of the little people by decision makers, and as you can probably tell, it really makes me angry. So let's take a detour back to media ecology and let me get my heart rate down. Now, media means more than just media. We've already established this, right? It means technology, infrastructure, politics, economics, institutions, the environments in which we exist, the water in which we are thick. The problem here is the term environments, which is a legacy of old ecological thinking of the 70s vintage that Postman and others were working with. Uncle Bruno explains the issue in this quote here as part of a wonderful, though admittedly difficult book. But you can get the same point from Donna Haraway, Jason Moore, Karen Barad, Isabel Strengers, Rosie Braidotti, loads of them. And that point there is that there is no longer any environment to which one might adapt, right? We sometimes talk about this in terms of you might have heard the phrase, there's no such thing as nature. I'm guilty of saying that sometimes. What we mean when we say that is, as Latour says here, that there's no such thing as environments. There are only other actors, other agents, other systems, other adaptations ongoing, other interests in play. Which is why futures literacy, as defined by the UNESCO people with the best of intentions, can never hope to change the behavior of capital's apex predators. As ecological studies show, the apex predators are actually the most dependent and least adaptable of all. Now, that said, a bit of reflective thinking in the C-suites of the world, I'm all for that. Let's have some of that, right? I'm not saying abandon this project. But the thing is, futures literacy, as defined by the UNESCO people, is no solution. It doesn't change the environment, the ecology in which the people causing the problem are operating. It can't. It just can't do it. I am not alone in my distaste for futures literacy, which is nice. It could be a lonely place sometimes. Kerry Facer is very fine company to be in this position, as she is generally. Wonderful human being, brilliant woman. Here and elsewhere, she has argued that futures literacy has a colonialist disregard for already existing future skills and approaches. While I'm loath to gloss the ideas of someone whose work I admire as much as I do Kerry's, what I'm going to be so bold as to say what I think she's saying here is that it's not about teaching people to use the future better. It's about stopping teaching people that the future is a thing to be used only in prescribed ways by trained professionals. Just to put a bit of a spin on that, I'm giving another talk next week in Copenhagen at a workshop. A bunch of academics want to kind of think about the future of being an academic, I guess, in Denmark and more broadly. And on the basis of other workshop work I've done recently, we were talking about, because you've got to get people in the vibe, you've got to get people in that space where they can kind of contribute, where they're willing to come up with, where they're willing to get out of the limitations of the present, right? And I found myself describing that process. Sometimes you've got to give them permission. You've got to give people permission to think about the future. But that's exactly what it isn't, right? No one should feel that they need permission to dream. No one should feel that. But a lot of us do. I mean, again, we're lucky. We get to dream as part of our jobs. But going back to those people who can't imagine the future, they're too damn busy to dream. And also it's someone else's job. Back to Robin Hood again, right? Okay, angry but over, sort of, mostly. Let me reiterate what I said at the top of the talk, right? Experiential Futures is doing great stuff. I mean, we've seen some really seriously inspirational stuff in the last day, and there's loads happening that's not represented in the room as well, right? It's compared to where we were 10 years ago when this was just a couple of bright ideas and crazy projects, we've really come a long way, right? I'm proud and honored to be even a very small marginal part of that. And it's breaking away from number go up, and it's breaking away from top right quadrant. And also ongoing is the rehabilitation of utopian thought, which includes its dialectical dancing partner, dystopia. Because let's not fool ourselves that we're only doing optimism, right? You've seen Anab and John's mitigation of shock, yeah? There's hope in that apartment, but there's no optimism there. And that's a good thing if you ask me. There's another tangent we could go on there, but you're only going to indulge me for so long. Oh, but there's always a worm in my apple, right? You figured this out by now. In its capital's knack of co-opting, critique, and commoditizing it, which old Guy Debord noted long ago. In media ecology terms, then, the ecological incentives have not yet changed sufficiently. Regardless of our fields or sectors, we are all stuck with the imperatives of content creators. Do that thing again, but more. Achieve reach, have impact, go viral. That's the thing. The meta-medium, the medium of mediums, is the meta-message, the message of messages, which Debord has up there. Oh no, hang on. There we go, there's the man. That which appears is good. That which is good appears, the logic of the spectacle. And there's a reason I spend a lot less time on the internet these days. And yeah, I get it, right? I'm a postdoc academic, right? I'm as subject to these pressures as everyone else. They may express slightly differently, but all of us are chasing the opportunity and the permission and the money that allows us to do the thing we want to do next. And that means sometimes we've got to do the things that the system wants, because otherwise we don't get to move on to the next step. I get it, right? I'm very much in it too. And the problem with being the jester is the chopping off of your head often means the chopping off of your funding stream. Let's hope that's not going to happen, but I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a bit of anxiety there. But nonetheless, what I really want to ask us all is, are we content for futures to become content? And seriously, I know we're not, right? I've been talking to you over the last day. I've heard what you've had to say. I know that everyone here is not content for futures to become content, but Also, the ship has sailed. It sailed long ago. We were all actually born aboard the ship, to overextend the metaphor horribly. And there's an understandable tradition of not asking questions about what we've got down in the hold, who's stoking the engine, so on and so forth, right? The question is, can what we do, can experiential futures undermine that system from within? I think the potential is there. Right? The experientiality of experiential futures makes futuring into a duplex thing, right? It's not just stories, it's dialogues, it's dialectics, it's drama. Experiential futures also scales really badly, and that's a good thing, even if it's bad for business. It's a hard thing to commodify, right? To be very clear, this is to no discredit to anyone who's spoken in the last day or so, but one thing that's really come out of listening to everyone is how hard to talk about these projects it is, because you can't describe the magic of them. You've got to be there. That's the point. It's experiential. You've got to be in it. It's really hard to talk about it. You couldn't just do Turnton everywhere. Scales really badly. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's rubbish for funding, but it's a good thing. But it's not. Experiential futures is not necessarily or essentially critical or counter-hegemonic. It's actually, in a way, it's kind of an older tradition than we allow. Futurama at World's Fair, the Epcot Center, concept cars, they're all kind of experiential futures, if you think about it. And then look at design fiction, whose name at least gets slapped on all sorts of crap these days, right? I mean, 10 years ago, design fiction, it was like, what the hell is that? And nowadays, I see a lot of stuff called design fiction, but it's not like the old days, is it? No wonder Bruce Sterling got bored. Experiential futures doesn't require literacy, neither the futures kind or the sort of classic linguistic kind, or at least not to the same extent as a scenario report or whatever, right? It draws on a different sort of. I often say that storytelling is kind of like a literacy that precedes literacy. Even an unlettered person can appreciate a good story and, in fact, tell their own. This connects to that whole dialogical, dramatic potential that I already mentioned, right? Experiential futuring doesn't have to assume a passive audience who are awaiting instruction. Experiential futures can be sites and spaces of challenge that change the authors and performers of them as much as the visitors. Those of you who are aware of the work I did with colleagues at Lund on the Museum of Carbon Ruins. So I wasn't involved in the original performances of that, but I took part in some of the later ones. But they were performances, and a lot of the early process was a matter of academics from political science and ecological studies learning how to be actors. It's one of those things where you're like, yeah, we'll do this thing, and that will work great. And then you go and do it, and it turns out it doesn't actually work quite as great as you hoped. And you have to learn to perform, because the whole point is to get everyone in the room into the story, but you've got to be in the story first. You can't lead everyone into that future world without already being in it yourself. And that's pretty tricky, right? If you're used to one sort of storytelling, to do that kind of immersive, follow me, let's go thing, it's bloody hard work. It's fun, but it changes you, and it's weird. You come out of that and you start looking at the way you did things before, at academia more broadly, and all of a sudden, you're as changed by it as the people you've dragged into that future. So, there's a risk there, and challenges, but it's not a bad thing. I already mentioned the rehabilitation of utopian thought. That's happening, often actually in work by people who don't use that term at all, who don't think with those terms. I've become quite interested in prefiguration, which is the sort of academic theory that emerges when anarchists end up doing org studies in a business school. It's a very weird field of literature, but it's really interesting. Because it turns out that acting a thing out makes it a lot more real, for both good or bad, right? You can see the upsides of it, but you can see the challenges, you can see the flaws. And again, you don't have to sit down and read a book. You can get anyone to do it, though it does take some old school organizing as well as those theater skills. So my figure for this advantage. I was talking about this to someone yesterday, right? It's Kim Stanley Robinson's Mars books. I remember someone saying to me, it's like, yeah, these are described as a utopia. Should a utopia have so many interminable meetings in it? And my argument is that's what makes those books a utopia, because it doesn't shy away from the work. It doesn't shy away from depicting the work of change. I also want to suggest we need to avoid mistaking the suspension of disbelief for an end rather than a means. It's not like there's a shortage of suspension of disbelief at the moment, right? This is the kind of media literacy that interests me in particular. The capacity to suspend disbelief, yes, but also to suspend that suspension of disbelief. It's a useful tool, but the enemy knows it well, and they have the means of distribution we do not. In this ecology, our imaginaries are competing with those of Musk, Bezos, Trump, Putin, and those people know the game. They have the money and power to bury our oppositions to them very easily. So if there's a futures literacy worth having, if you ask me, it's the literacy of plural futures, of plastic futures, plastic in the mutable sense rather than the made of fossil fuels sense, subjective futures, self-skeptical futures. Now, suspension of disbelief is a part of that. It's very important, but so is the suspension of belief. Encouraging people to believe, but also to doubt, to question, to evaluate, to compare, to bring themselves into a future, to remix it or even refuse it if they want to go home and to make their own futures, and to email the damn things to you a couple of weeks later and say, you should have done it this way. A media ecologist would note that the three images I've used in my talk have all been black and white shots of men of the post-war period smoking cigars. You can make of that what you will. It was accidental, but it is also kind of spooky. At Lund, we've become quite interested through the work on the Carbon Ruins project in the theatre of Brecht. So it's very hard for me to unpack the ideas of Brecht because I'm not a dramatic scholar. And it's pretty tricky, but one way of summing it up would be that Brecht was interested in the power of theatre to immerse, to tell stories, but also fearful of it, right? And if you think about the time in which he was operating, he was right to be fearful of the power of narratives to compel, that whole suspension of disbelief thing, right? There's a bit of a vexed question in the 50s, I think it's fair to say. And what Brecht was interested in doing with theatre was using its power, but also using it in a way that pointed out its power while it was in use. And if you wanted to put that in theoretical terms, he was interested in a kind of auto-deconstruction, right? Making media, making futures that expose their own workings, magic tricks that explain themselves as part of the prestige. If any of you know the work of Derren Brown, the English magician, that kind of thing, right? There's the magic in the magic, but there's the magic in finding out how the magic happens. The magic in understanding, oh, hang on, there's a trick here, and I understand how the trick works now. I really do believe this potential is in experiential futuring. I really, really do. I mean, I would not be trying as hard as I am to continue doing this work in whatever way I can. But it is only potential. It will take love and work to make it work. So this is my goal for futuring, experiential or otherwise. To stop people being objects of capital T, capital F, the future, which is always a product. Anyone who talks about the future, they're always trying to sell you something. I want to stop people being objects of those, capital T, capital F, the futures. And I want to have them become subjects of a shared futurity. And I don't really have a method. I'm a theorist, that's why we're so bloody useless, but I do have a methodology. I want you to go out there and I want you to make subjects, not objects. I want you to make actors, not audiences. I want you to make agency rather than literacy. I want you to make futuring rather than futures. Let me know how I can help. Cheers. Sorry for massively running over my time.
Can you switch it on? Ah, perfect, thanks. Thank you so much. This was actually very inspiring, and I think the maybe 5 minutes overtime are absolutely worth it, so thanks a lot. Are there any immediate questions here already? I have one. Over there. No. Oh, you can start.
Thanks, Paul. That was really fantastic. So, given that you're saying your theory and how can you help, how do you think these kinds of, the deep reading and the wide-ranging literatures that you're drawing on so on, how do you think that can be built into projects at different scales, different forms of practice and so on?
So I do describe myself as a theorist, but most properly trained theorists would not describe me as a theorist because I haven't done it. I'm an undisciplined researcher, as some people in STS are fond of calling themselves. I haven't come up in that disciplinary vertical. I haven't had the training. I haven't read the right stuff, and the stuff I have read that's the right stuff I apparently haven't read the right way. My theory for me is, I guess I've always been an abstract thinker, and the joy of theory for me was like, all of a sudden there's this toolbox. It's like, if I've got a bunch of things I want to think about, there's this toolbox of stuff I can use to grip it, And sometimes, proper theory would sort of say, oh, no, you've got to stick to this toolbox. This is the right toolbox to use. These are the good and proper tools for all thinking. Whereas I'm sort of like, well, that bit's good, but I like this other one here. If I use both of those together, I can get a firm grip on stuff. And because futures work in particular, as what we've been talking about here in the last 36 hours has really demonstrated, is even interdisciplinary is a bit of an absurd word, right? Transdisciplinary. If disciplines are verticals, this is profoundly horizontal work that we do. But we still live in a world, not just the academy, but the world more broadly, that thinks in sectors, that thinks in disciplines, that thinks in these verticals. And people identify with them, and those verticals and disciplines come with their own languages, they come with their own medias, they have their own media ecology. For me, theory is a way of moving between those verticals by means of metaphor. It's a way of me being able to say, hey, well, I've encountered this idea over here, which you guys have never heard of, but you've encountered this other idea and you call it this thing. So I can say, well, that thing is, if you think of that thing as being kind of like this thing, and making that kind of metaphorical transform between the two disciplines. And it's a way of linking up and getting ideas to move horizontally out of those vertical silos. That's one part of it, I think. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
I was wondering, when you talked about Brecht, I guess you were pointing towards what he called the estrangement effect. Is that something that you also apply in your writing?
I think so. The hazard of being both poacher and gamekeeper, as we would say in England, of being both a writer and a critic, is one is aware that if you start critiquing your own work, you're kind of doubling down on the intentional fallacy, right? You're sort of like, well, this guy must have meant something, and I'm pretty sure I can suss it out, but you're trying to do that to your own work. And the degree to which, at least my own writing process is there's intention to it, but it's also weirdly subconscious. I mean, I go back and read stuff that I wrote 5 years ago, and I'm like, oh, yeah, it's like, I was totally thinking about that, and that makes total sense. But at the time, I was just like, yeah, I need a plot idea. Give me something, I guess I don't, because it's hard to do. That particular Brechtian thing really relies on theatre and the particular construction of the audience and the stage. And that doesn't work quite the same way in literature, but I guess there is a lot of my stuff is kind of bordering on the auto-fictional, in that characters tend to appear in my work that are proxies for me and what I'm worried about at the time, if that makes any sense. And I try to make that obvious. And there is definitely a sense that when I write fiction, it is often fiction that is talking about the role that story plays in culture more generally. So I guess I am trying to use story to teach people something about how story works. Whether I actually achieve that is, you'd have to ask a critic who isn't me.
Thanks so much. We would have one question from our remote audience, unless there's...
Mum, put the keyboard down, Mum.
I would say only this last one, and then we will make a short break again. Actually, there are two now.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry, so let's do the two. Let's start with the one that was here first. Which audiences would you wish to reach with your ideas and critiques that you have the feeling you haven't reached or haven't reached enough so far?
Ooh, I mean, you know, kind of everyone, but the thing is I can't reach everyone, right? And you know, a different version of this talk might have lent much more heavily on particularly Donna Haraway and her notion of situated knowledges, and I think futures have to be very situated. They have to be worked upon by people in the place that they might unfold, people whose relation to that place is... I don't know, when I talk to colleagues about this, right, I sort of say it's, you know, my current project, I was originally, you know, pandemic kind of stopped it, but my original thing was I was going to spend a whole bunch of time in a few communities and really get to know people and sort of bring them together in workshops so they could do the futures of their place, right? Because the point is, you know, an ethnographer could spend 2, 3, 5, 10 years in a place and get to understand it pretty well, but they will never ever understand that place in the same way that people who are from that place understand it, right? And that sense that, in a way, it's not that I want to reach people with my ideas so much as I want those of us who are in the business of working with futurity more broadly, I want us to go and get the ideas down on the ground in the places where we want those futures to unfold. So I guess in a way my audience is you know, my fellow practitioners, my fellow academics. But that general message that no one you shouldn't feel you need permission to dream, that one's for everyone.
Thanks. So last question for you from Pippa. She says democratizing, and I guess democratizing futures is the wrong word, perhaps sowing or inoculating. And are there existing approaches to draw on pedagogical theories of the oppressed or hedge schools?
You know, my simple answer to that would be yes. I mean, it is, you know, democracy is a very flexible word, as the last 10 years have definitely taught us. But it's an accessible proxy that gets us to a bunch of ideas. You know, that one of the many literatures I could do with reading more is pedagogy of the oppressed, that sort of stuff. I'm woefully poor on post-colonial theory, so on and so forth. There's a whole bunch of, you know, I'm in the awkward position of like being horribly aware of how much privilege I have, but not yet quite aware of how I should work with that to, you know, because the thing with privilege, I have at least realized that I struggled with the whole thing for years, and the final realization that, you know, because I basically kind of tried to give it away, and the thing is you can't give your privilege away, much as you might try. But what you can do is try to work out a way to use that privilege so that the world you leave behind is a world where privilege matters less than it did when you turned up. And I'm sure that I know there are lots of brilliant writers who I haven't read yet who have talked in great detail about how to do that.
Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Have a very short technical changeover. 5 minutes should be enough. 10 minutes? 5 minutes, and then we continue. We will continue now, if everyone is more or less ready. So our next speaker will start with a video, and this is in this case absolutely understandable because it's 3 o'clock in the night where he is. And it will be the Yes Men, more specifically Jack Servin. As I said, remote. He is also known by the pseudonym Andy Bichelbaum. Probably that will tell you something. The Yes Men started out in 1999 as a collective that has infiltrated conferences. They produced fake spectacles and overall really disrupted and exposed wrongdoings in the world of politics, commerce, media. They do a lot of performative futures and obviously in that embed fictive scenarios, but in a very real context. So let's give welcome to first the video, and then afterwards we are very sure that we will see him for the Q&A. The video is called Fiction Can Sometimes Lead to Reality.
Hi, we're the Yes Men. We're best known for pulling off pranks against really bad targets. Today, we are relaunching as a group that not only pull off our own crazy pranks, but help others to do the same thing. We are rebranding as Metal. Our new website forms a seamless link between your imagination and the reality we can get to through meddlesome actions. Won't you come in? Here is our home page. From here, you can easily find all our material. Talks, correspondence, videos, press. There's also this timeline. It shows why we did what we did, when we did it. Let's go visit a section, say, Talks, where you can watch and read all the talks we've given to well-heeled thought leaders over the years. Like this one. We gave this talk to corporate leaders in Finland and demoed a special hip-mounted technology that lets CEOs in the wealthiest countries surveil workers via the metaverse. There are 20 such talks here that you can read or view at your leisure. Let's now go check out some images. Like these dozens of viral images that destroyed Chevron's ad campaign. Now that's meddlesome. This is our video page, where you can watch all of our movies and shorts. You can watch at specific times, or you can watch on demand. Up to you. This page shows all the press our projects have gotten, as well as how we went about getting it, and what purpose it served. We've definitely learned a few lessons. So if you want to get press using meddlesome tactics, we're here to help. This is what we call the 3 bodies part of our website. One of these bodies matters. That's why it's very protected. These bodies represent people who don't really matter as much, or matter only insofar as they make that body go. Cool, right? We want to help you accomplish your activist goals using outside-the-box techniques. We also want to help you excite students about fighting fire with humor. If you're with an activist organization or school and you want our help, come to our website. Come to our Metalverse. You can visit either physically here at Carriage Trade in Lower Manhattan, or online at www.theyesmen.org. Also, check out our new guidebook, coming out spring 2023 from OR Books. Hey there. It's 3 a.m. in Tucson for me right now, which is why I'm recording this at 7 p.m. here in New York a week ago. See? Happy noon, and let's go. I want to make a very simple point with this talk. I don't know how original it is, but I haven't seen much about it, and it feels pretty urgent to me. So here's the thing. In order to ramp up the fight against climate change, and in order to get it to the scale it needs to be, we may need to be a lot more inspiring. I'm not sure we're going to get 3.5% of the population fighting tooth and nail for a vision of a world that is slightly less damaged. I don't know that we're going to get that many fighting for civilization's survival either. Nobody even likes this civilization. I think we could get a lot more people on board with shiny, beautiful visions of what will have to have had to happen. I know that's a lot of words. And we need to skip over the how we get there, which is not all that exciting, and jump straight to the there, which can be very exciting. First, I need to make a little disclaimer here. I'm talking out my ass. Because big, beautiful visions are not what the yes men have ever done, even with our most prefigurative actions. Like most leftists, we've really focused on what was possible to achieve in the term and how it could be achieved. Like in this, one of our most famous projects, a fake New York Times, we posited the end of a terrible, disruptive, and illegal war because of mass uprising. The war's over! But that's not exactly utopian. We also posited healthcare for all and free education and a bunch of other cool things.
Health Insurance Act passes.
The Patriot Act repealed. Maximum wage law succeeds. Good luck with that one.
But Sweden and even Austria have most of those things already. And it's hard to rouse Americans with a cry of, let's be Austria. As for the climate change picture, for a long time, the most utopian we'd ever get was not very.
ExxonMobil is earmarking $8.6 billion from revenues our company has made in this region so as to assure that ExxonMobil never again has a hand in destroying a large American city.
This isn't the sort of whiz-bang inspiring vision that will make large numbers of people stomp their feet and say, yes, that's what I want to see. But we do need foot-stomping visions in order to mobilize the numbers of people needed to fight climate change. And those visions are not only possible, they're inevitable if we're ever going to keep global warming below 2 degrees centigrade. These aren't the kind of muscular, heroic, utopian visions we're used to hearing. They're simply obvious, necessary ways that things shall have had to change for our civilization to adjust in a way that lets it thrive. But, key, these changes will be really good for regular people. We'll need to hugely reduce the massive and emissions-heavy production of cars. So we'll need to live differently. But imagine cities without cars, in which people and goods are transported by electric trains and buses and bicycles, and even those crazy cool walkways. Imagine what such cities will look like and how pleasant they'll be. There's no technical challenge to any of that. There may be political ones, but we're not talking about that right now. As for goods in general, we'll need to reduce the enormous emissions that come from planned obsolescence. But there's a really easy tweak for that. When you go into a store, you buy not the gadgets themselves, but the services they provide. Or a shortcut, basically lifelong full-service warranties are required for all goods of any price. Not only would that make consumption change, But the huge disparity between quality products for the rich and disposable cheap ones for the poor would vanish, since all price points would need to last and last and last. Again, really good for regular people. To really address the vast emissions that come from pointless consumption at the top and redundancy at the bottom, all inequalities will have to go down. And that's really good for regular people, because visible inequality is a greater driver of misery than anything else. If we all have enough, happiness will go way up for everyone, even the rich. But the biggest vision that may do the most to cut down on emissions is so obvious and yet so radical that it's almost unthinkable to many of us.
All of a sudden we're afraid that the machines will do the work that we have always reasonably despised.
This is Francis Fox Piven, perhaps the world's foremost authority on how social movements change history.
Automation is the single most compelling utopian idea in human history, the idea of freedom from toil.
Future highly efficient automatic industrial centers would produce all our needed goods, distributing them in abundance.
Historically, we lived in a society of scarcity, but now we live in a society of plenty. It's just that the plenty is maldistributed. We need to take back what actually belongs to us.
Talk about gloriously good for regular people. A world where robots do most of the work, as they're starting already to do, but that doesn't mean layoffs. Instead, the benefits go to all of us rather than only to the mega-rich company owners. The knock-on effects of letting people decide what to do rather than having to toil is huge. So many of our elders are abandoned to a horrible system because we children are too busy making our lives and don't have the time or the privilege to actually take care of our parents. Not having to work could not only bring emissions near zero, it could make for a much happier, healthier society overall, and especially for regular people. Finally, maybe it's the most obvious bonanza for regular people to come out of getting off the coal, gas, and oil grids. And that's that everyone, every group, every place will be able to generate energy and even sell it back to the grid for a living. Some of the poorest places in the world are also the richest in sun and wind. Imagine if all energy purchases went to enriching the historically oppressed and impoverished peoples of the world. Wouldn't that be cool for everyone?
We're excited to be working with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and some of the largest tribes from Arizona to the Dakotas to site major wind and solar facilities that will provide a large chunk of America's power. The tribes will own these facilities.
It's a long storied history between the Americans and indigenous peoples. It always hasn't been a beneficial relationship, at least not to us. For the first time, we have a voice and we will own, truly own, this new energy production. And that's progress. And it'll build us a stronger economy, a brighter future. It will give something to our children.
There's of course a different way to deal with climate change too, the corporate way.
We at Exxon firmly believe that a free market will, if left to its own devices, always find solutions to the dilemmas that humanity faces. We're calling our new technology Vivolium. What you see here is an artist's rendition of an advanced large-scale plant. The Vivolium feedstock is renewable and unprecious and responds to the need of a shrinking market with greater supply. The dance of capital appears in full flower.
So let's spend some time imagining other beautiful ways where we do survive and thrive. And as for that nagging political question, how we get there, how do we get there politically? What with the corporate ownership of government and yada yada? I don't actually know, but I do know that the first step is mobilization. And I think we can mobilize better, less with fear and dread, and more with excitement about what the next years will have to hold. It's my theory.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We don't hear you yet, I think.
Oh, okay.
50%.
You can see me? Oh. Well.
Now we also hear you.
Oh,
welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for interrupting your sleep for us.
It's okay. It's very surreal.
I saw you found the camera function already, so you've seen the space that you're in.
Yeah.
Great. So thanks a lot for the video. I think this was a very nice overview of a lot of projects that you have done over the time. And I'm pretty sure that there will be some questions behind me. Questions? I have some questions for you. One thing I was wondering is, so you coined this term loftivism that I actually liked a lot. Do you think that jokes can bring down governments or can bring down systems?
Yeah, I think they can help. It's possible to, communicate things to large numbers of people with a little bit of humor and, or cleverness, not necessarily laughter, but cleverness, creativity. Like a disproportionately small number can make a large impact with a bit of cleverness. As we've seen with a lot of the climate activism that's going on. You know, the funnier it is, or the more dramatic it is, the more people see it. It's not like there are millions of people marching in the streets, but we still hear about it because the people who are doing things are doing them cleverly and with creativity and strategy for getting into the media. Yeah.
So bringing in an element of absurdity somehow might help to...
No? Not necessarily, no. I mean, I kind of think of like anybody using creativity in whatever way as kind of doing the same thing. Like, from people who do use humor, like XR is starting to look into using humor in various places and figure out ways of, humor, mischief, and, somebody like Greta Thunberg uses creativity in a completely different way, is very creative about, that movement. Fridays for Future is very creative and clever and strategic. It's not absurdity, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Jose here, and thanks for being here at that time of the night for you. So thanks again. When I think about the work that you do and what we're doing here, I think about this idea of the public imagination of the future. This kind of space in which people already have images in their minds, assumptions about the future, they've been told a lot of stories by the media, you know, the interventions that you've done with the Iraq war, et cetera, and in a sense you're intervening in a space that already is a tapestry of existing assumptions. And I would imagine that for you, you can feel that, you can sense that you're kind of in an environment that's already been shaped to an extent. And I guess my question is, from the position of your practice, you know, we're talking about intervening in the public imagination to an extent. What do you need to think about when you intervene in the public imagination? What kinds of factors and things that we need to kind of consider?
Yeah. I mean, I guess the first thing to consider would be how to, I can see you if you sit down, it's okay. I know, I can see you there too. This is fun, this camera thing. I'm intervening in the public imagination with this camera. But the assumptions are, I don't know, my assumptions are not that I can do a meeting in Vienna this actively and interactively. So it has acted on my imagination. Yeah, so when acting on the imagination of like, around climate change or where there are, you know, there's something that really has to happen. It's defining what that is. So, you know, it's a no-brainer. You figure out like, what is it you want to say? And why are you saying it? And what's the point? And what's the desired outcome? Even if it's not gonna, you know, I mean, you just have to think you're like, if you were gonna win at everything you're trying, what would that look like? So with the New York Times thing announcing the war is over, the whole thing we thought we were doing by getting that and many other positive messages out to the public were like, you know, this can all happen if public pressure is kept on the elected president. If all the, you know, change you want to see, campaign's slogan energy is kept up and the pressure applied to the elected president to do stuff, it can happen. So that was the message we were trying to get, and the image would be of like a near future where people keep up pressure on Obama. And so, yeah, defining it is one thing, which is why, you know, I thought of this idea behind the video of like how do you actually, like what you want to, it would be interesting to think of actions that communicate positive visions of the future and how great things could be. Because our imagination of the future is really negative with climate change. There's a lot of dystopian and not very much utopian or near utopian visioning of the future. So that would be, yeah, if I were trying to intervene in this arena, it would be, you know, to kind of get people thinking, oh, not only are we going to make slightly less damage for the world, we're going to make, the world is going to be a much better place. And, you know, even if there weren't climate change, it would be better to do things the way we'll have to do them in order to deal with climate change. So, yeah. And I guess another thing is, you know, I mean, there's a bunch of like punching up, you know, at power, making the intervention funny by punching up rather than punching down, punching at the most powerful and, you know, speaking to the public, the ideal public that wants to change power the way you do. using humor is one of the potential ways to get messages out to the public. And so, you know, finding the funniest ways to do it. And yeah, trying not to unnecessarily trigger people. Like if you're trying to figure out who you're appealing to is one thing. So if you're probably not appealing to the, you know, far right. Probably somewhere in between, people who dislike the far right or maybe are on the fence about the far right, or, you know, with climate change, with fossil fuels, you know, people who don't see a problem with it as much as they should. I don't know if there's anybody like that anymore, but I don't know who. But you would define that and then kind of try not to alienate too much those people with the action. You figure out like a way to, like with the newspaper, we were appealing to people who agreed with the visions in the paper already, like maximum wage law succeeds. That's not everybody who agrees with that, but you know, we were like, if you like that, well then here's how you get there. You know, you pressure Obama, here's how, you know, each article described how it would happen. But that would have alienated a lot of other people. You know, we would have been more careful if we were trying not to alienate, like, I don't know, middle of the road Americans living in suburbs working for big companies, you know, but that wasn't really our audience. Yeah, okay. I can't tell if I'm rambling, it's too early.
We have a very practical question from one of our remote listeners. He or she is asking a practical question. How do you finance your activities and your activism?
Well, each one is different. We fundraise. I mean, we were lucky for a while to have a large grant that enabled us to explore different ways of doing things and to make a lot of mistakes and learn things. And that was a couple years ago. And that was like a one-year grant, but that's unusual. What we usually do is, you know, work with the organization in question. Like, we've been working with XR on some fun things in different countries. And, you know, we just ask for a little, like an hourly consulting fees. These are not our actions at that point. You know, we may put them on our website if they want us to, but we didn't do them. You know, we just consulted. So it doesn't really cost us anything. And I have no idea how they fundraise. But other than that, we've gotten art grants at times. We both, Mike and I both worked for universities. He still works for a university, teaches. I taught for 10 years. So we financed our lives differently from this, outside of this. But then the actions themselves, even the ones we just fully did were not that expensive, except in terms of time. You know, sometimes there was travel involved or props or whatever, and we'd figure it out. Sometimes it would fit within a movie budget if we were making a movie that, you know, like the Exxon one, I think we probably just financed out of the movie. Oh no, there was also an organization in Calgary that helped us quite a bit. The Arusha Center, and I don't know if they helped us financially, but they certainly made it very easy to do it, and they housed us, and you know, they had all the cameras at all the tables, and none of that was paid for. It was just, you know, them helping out. So yeah, and we have fundraised from foundations for actions, but it's on a very small scale compared to maybe what it looks like. Like the New York Times, the entire, you know, we printed 100,000 copies of the New York Times for that. And that whole print run cost $14,000, I think. So like a few cents per copy. And I know we got that from a foundation. Cultures of Resistance gave us a grant for that. And then, you know, most of the distribution was volunteer. We had to rent some vans. The whole cost of that project, I'm not sure what it was, maybe 3 times that. So we raised it from places, yeah. Where there were also individual donations from time to time. We would call out on our mailing list, and, yeah.
Hi. My sort of takeaway from a lot of your work is that there's sort of an intentional cheekiness or absurdity to things that anyone who's thinking critically will kind of immediately get the joke just by some clues that you're offering up, and that it kind of, you're trying to point to the absurdity of the other side of whoever it is that you're sort of working against, I guess I would say. So at any point, did you anticipate that the other side, whether that's corporations or governments or politicians, would actually just double down on that absurdity that we kind of are seeing today, where just saying the most ridiculous things and people totally buying into that would actually ever happen?
Right, the degree of the degree of it is kind of crazy right now, or has been, much less right now, at least at the top levels in the U.S. But right, yeah, no, there's a lot of absurdity being uttered and people buying it. No, it's a whole new. It's a whole new kind of approach to information and factuality and knowledge that I would have never imagined 10 years ago, even 20 years ago. It's like that, you know, like what you believe or what you assert is true depends much less on what you really think it is true, or and more on your allegiance. Like if that candidate says it, I'm gonna believe it, even though it's obviously ridiculous. Like I think a lot of people who believe these things, who say these things and pretend to really believe them, are really not believing them. They're just asserting their allegiance, you know? Like there was this study done with the size of the crowds at the inaugurations of Obama and Trump, and with Trump voters, they would show them the 2 photos and say which one is bigger, and they would point correctly to the Obama one. It's many times bigger. And then they would say, oh, that was Obama's inauguration. Which of these 2 crowds, and then they distract them, I guess, and then ask the question again, and they point to the Trump one. You know, it wasn't that they really believed it was bigger. It was just like, fuck you, that one's bigger, you know? So, yeah, no, that's a whole new level, because a lot of our activism is based on reality being important and facts being important. And that is the case during normal periods, and versus like a period where authoritarianism is on the rise, or some shift is happening where, yeah, reality is suddenly not important. Our work is not about that, doesn't work for that. It's about exposing things that aren't well enough known and assuming that the things that become known are gonna change things. Raising awareness is the main mode that we have, like so many activists have had. Raising awareness is supposed to be enough, and it's not anymore. It kind of never has been. in itself. Like you've always had to think critically about like, okay, what awareness, why, you know, how is this going to change anything? Who are you hoping does what? And, you know, who are you working with who's also on the, you know, like raising awareness just by itself was never enough. So, you know, it's just even less now. Yeah, and it also, like, our work does depend on certain things being hidden from public view. And then we make them available to public view, or a lot of our work does, and, you know, raise something for a specific group or whatever. Like, so with the New York Times, we were trying to raise the profile of the information that presidents achieve stuff when the public pressures them, you know, or exerts pressure through, you know, lower levels of government, whatever it is, like there's pressure on them. They don't just do it because they're nice people in the US. They do it because there's pressure. And so even mainstream politicians have done amazing things because there's been so much pressure on them. And so that's what we're trying to communicate, and to a small group of people. I'm not sure we succeeded, by the way. I don't, you know, we sort of, on our website, we evaluate how well we did with each project, and on the press pages, you can see our, like, I think that one got like 6 out of 10 or something. Some of them have gotten 9 out of 10. But it's a big goal, so, but I think we would have done things a little differently if we were really being strategic. But yeah, now that doesn't work. And during the Trump years here in the US, we didn't really, I tried a couple of things, but I kind of gave up on doing this for during that period, because everybody, including the activists, knew, well, actually, yeah, no, especially, you know, the progressive part of the population knew exactly what was going on. There was no question. Nothing was hidden that was important to know. I thought, I couldn't think of anything that was hidden. So, and when I thought, like, we did this Doctors for Opening America thing, where doctors were saying, yeah, a few deaths, whatever. It's worth it for economic recovery, and then went further than that. But that was totally not noticed. Like, in fact, people on the Trump side even just gave us advice on how to make it better. Like, seriously. So yeah, that was really strange and dispiriting. Yeah, like I ended up telling people during the Trump years, like, just go out and, you know, get a leaf blower and do one of those leaf blower protests, or burn down a police station, or something more conventional. That stuff works. There was a lot of very effective activism, and that communicated a lot. And Black Lives Matter, you know, was a great, there it is. That's how you do it. You don't use that much cleverness right now. Then, now in the US, you can use cleverness again.
Did you ever face any legal repercussions? For example, the New York Times project, I could imagine that they could have sued you for copyright infringements, or probably any other.
No, we were sued by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for impersonating them at one point, but they're a non-profit. Actually, they're not a company or a government agency. They're a non-profit entity that it's a lobbying organization, it turns out, for large companies, and they only care what large companies think, so they sue. Thinks is probably smart enough to know. Somebody in there is going to be smart enough to know that suing a couple of activists with some media savvy is not going to work out well for them. It's like, and I think they learned that in the 90s with the McLibel case, in Britain where these activists leafleted outside McDonald's, and McDonald's sued them, and they, the case lasted 10 years, and the activists won, and it was a public relations disaster for McDonald's, and all the information in the little leaflets they were passing out became really public. So, as did much else. Yeah. So corporations don't do that much.
Great, actually positively surprising. We have one more question from online, if there's no question here. I would use that, and then I think we let you go back to bed.
That's okay. This has been remarkably easy and fun, so yeah.
Yeah, you're very coherent, actually.
Wow.
So last question. So on your website you state that you kind of refrain from calling what you do art because you are maybe afraid, or you think that this is a category that most people think doesn't matter. And the question here is like, does the art label kind of deactivate critical messages?
Yes. No, that's exactly why we haven't really done it, used it, taken it on, accepted it. It's a little hard when, the New York Times writes a big article about you as art, but they address it in the article. It was a very smart article. But, we had this art show. We didn't, but somebody organized an art show and put a bunch of our stuff in there, and it got a lot of press, and, had to explain, like, yeah, we haven't really done this before because, this is not our target, and it deactivates the critical part. Yeah, because people expect art to be critical. They expect art to be saying all sorts of things, kooky things, that's supposed to be absurd and make us think. And so automatically, you don't think when you see it. You're like, okay, that's a perspective. But we want to catch people in this place where they don't expect it. And if we really want to change people's minds, figure out what they, is something happening with the sound? Feedback just happens like we just lost you. Oh, you lost me, okay. I thought maybe there was a giant feedback. Now, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you again. There was also a giant feedback, and we lost you.
Yeah, I was just saying, with art, it diffuses criticism. People go into art expecting to hear something, and then something critical, and if they do, therefore it doesn't affect them nearly as much as if you encounter it in daily life, in the news, or in a movie that walks you through things. There's ways to communicate that are, I think, better than art is set up for. Although there are exceptions, there's really super critical, thoughtful art that you go into as if you were reading a book or seeing a movie, that leads you through a critique, and you really get like Hans Haacke, there are a bunch of people, Guerrilla Girls, all sorts of really, and probably some mainstream, more, artists too, people, but it's rare, and mostly it feels a little less critical than about how information is going to lead to change. It feels less thoughtful, less strategic about that than a book or a movie. It's common to find books and movies, even very beautifully artistically made ones that have huge critical success, sometimes really conveying how things can happen, and art pretty rarely does that. It can be about message, here's this thing, it's very important, but it's rare for it to really focus in on, okay, what exactly is important in this, which exact part, and how might that be changed, and all that. It's so, yeah, it depends a lot on, so we don't really, I mean, we put things out there that explain, but art, maybe it's art, but the venue is not the art world. Maybe that's it. It's just like, fine, it's art, whatever, but we really don't care what the art world thinks of it. So I think that disqualifies it as art, maybe.
Thanks a lot. This is also something that we've been discussing a lot in the last hours and yesterday, like how to show futures, experiential futures, any type of visions outside of a museum context where it's always kind of very much chained to this environment. So
it's
thanks
really
a lot.
Critical. Yeah, spreading ideas of, spreading ideas of what the future can be that necessarily a lot of people have to participate in requires getting it to large numbers of people or figuring it out. And, yes. Cool.
Thank you so much. Again, thanks for getting up in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
thanks for
thank you,
answering
guys.
all these questions. And
It was fun.
have a good night and day.
Okay, thanks. It's been a good dream. Take care.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
And we will have a lunch break of 1 hour, so we see each other back at 2. Okay, everyone, welcome back from your lunch break. If anyone wants to take a seat here, this is your moment. And welcome back to session 4, the last session of this great symposium. This session will evolve a bit more about the connection between future or futuring and policy making and policy thinking. And that is somehow the interconnection between dreaming up a scenario in a future world and then translating it into very concrete actions and mandates. And even though we many times have the idea that the processes of policy making are happening behind closed doors, and sometimes that might also be true, they are still guided and framed by consultants and designers. And the speakers of this session, all in their own way, advise governments and other public bodies from the perspectives of design, strategy, and research. And they introduce a focus of the longer-term thinking, longer-term future when making decisions in the present. And I'm very happy to introduce the first speaker of this session, Lucy Campbell. She is the director of the Social Design Institute and also professor of contemporary design practices at the University of Arts in London. And she examines design thinking and the use of design expertise to address specifically organizational and social and public policy issues. And also with a special focus on design for service and for social innovation and policy. So I'm very curious to hear what you will tell us.
Okay, hello. So it's mid-afternoon in Vienna. We have just had our lunch. It was very nice, thank you. And that means pretty much everybody here is going to go to sleep. And if you are on the live stream, you may not even have had your breakfast. So we're all tired, it's heating up again, and also maybe overwhelmed by absorbing the detail and the scope of these amazing presentations we've heard in the last day and a half. So I'm going to try and wake you up with more theory. Thank you, Paul. So a bit of scene setting. I've lost the gadget. Here we go. So a bit of scene setting. So there's long traditions of foresight and futures and now design being used inside government and in relation to public policy issues. And we already heard yesterday that foresight was, for example, developed by the American military, and there's a long list of government agencies, international government entities, think tanks that have used different types of foresight work, and many of you are actually involved in that. Echo. Boom. But more recently, over the last decade, the practices and methods associated with futures, experiential futures, speculative design have found their way into public policy making, often via the route of design thinking and service design. And so, for example, the Swedish innovation agency Citra developed some megatrends cards as part of other portfolios of work that they do, which to stimulate with a card form, physical cards as well as slide decks to stimulate debate about global changes. The UK Policy Lab used speculative design as part of its work with a government agency that was charged with exploring the implications of autonomous maritime shipping and what the implications were for regulation of that. And then on the right, a UNDP team used speculative design and crowdsourcing and then made comics to engage citizens, participants in a dialogue that then helped shape, they say, the development program for Tunisia. So these are just some of the sort of visible examples that you can find easily. My question today is, how can we understand these developments? What are the possibilities and consequences of design and experiential futures being used in the context of public policy making? And how might the participatory, material, and aesthetic characteristics of design and experience futures enable anticipating public futures? So I don't have big answers to those questions. I think they are questions that we need to be asking. So please accept what I'm going to talk about as a work in progress, a kind of prototype as I try and make sense of what I see and also participate in. And to do this, I'm going to use 4 sets of ideas from academic research, which I think offer some ways to talk about and understand these developments, and then I'm going to use them in discussing 3 examples from practice. So the first idea comes from studies of design. So design researcher Carl DeSalvo has a track record of carrying out and analyzing what he calls experimentation in civics, which is an American term. I'm British, so we don't use that term in the same way. It's an American term that captures rather awkwardly sort of public matters. And his recent book, Design as Democratic Inquiry, he makes the case that traditions of design, particularly sort of workshop and making and so on, can open up collaborative inquiries into democratic possibilities. And he sees these designs working at several levels, so the sort of user experiences with devices and interactions, social practices, and also institutions. So a sort of multi-levels through which design might explore democratic possibilities and futures. And there's already quite an established tradition, often called participatory design, where which develop these, are also developing this. So, for example, Per Anders Hillgren and colleagues at Malmo call collaborative future making. And these methods open up futures for exploration and discussion and invite participation in both generating the visions and the framings for new forms of worlds, new forms of social institution, and new forms of practice. And these are really important and influential. But what's missing for me in these accounts is how the exploration and the idea generation leads to change. Ideas generated through these methods can challenge institutional framings and logics, but on their own they're not going to, these methods don't have the processes and mechanisms or routes or pathways for moving beyond the event, beyond the workshop, towards implementation more broadly. So reimagining practices, not just reimagining them, practices and institutions, but actually changing them. So here I want to introduce a second idea from which does exactly that, paying attention to the using of the ideas. Now, in this symposium, there's been several references to the usual scenarios approach, and quite often dismissive references. And these don't always make sense to me in the light of what Rafael Ramirez and Angela Wilkinson call the Oxford scenarios approach. Their approach offers a particular way of co-constructing future scenarios with an emphasis on articulating the external, contextual environment that external or organizational actors will find themselves within and potentially are interacting with and assembling, to pick up your term, the media ecology. So they're in an ecology, but there is this environment that actors might find themselves in. And their approach pays at least as much attention to the using of the scenarios to enable organizational learning, or potentially cross-organization learning, for example, in a policy-making context. So for Ramirez and colleagues, scenarios should be purposeful. They are there to be used, and to enable this, that group have developed some techniques to use the exploration of futures to support strategy making, stakeholder engagement, analysis of options, and so on. So this is, for me, an important thing that's missing from the current articulations in design, which is much more about the sort of the workshop as event, although that is important. The third set of resources I want to turn to is a recent book by Michael Sayward, who's a professor at Warwick University, and his book Democratic Design, published last year. It's unusual for a political theorist to pay attention to design and take it seriously as having something to offer their field, but which is what he does. So he makes a strong critique of his fields, political theory and political science, arguing it's focused on models of democracy, not modeling of democracy. And his book aims to fix that by providing both a rationale grounded in those two literatures and a framework for designing democracy. Now, obviously, I can't, in the time available, do justice to this book, but he does an important service for anyone who wants to develop new democratic designs. In the book, he provides a high-level guide to some of the important concepts and also the steps to go through to generate new democratic designs at the level of institutionalized practices and devices which make up the stuff of democracy. And to give you a sense of what he means by that, devices are things like membership, rules about voting, secret ballots, single-member representation for representing, for example, an area like we have in the UK. One member of parliament represents one geographic area, and multi-stage voting. So there's a wide variety of these devices. And another thing he has in the book, among other very useful sort of coordinating sort of summaries of political thinking, is this list here, which is a list of political principles, and there's over 40. And he says these could be prioritized in different ways. One of the jobs of a democratic designer, and he doesn't just mean a person who went to art school, he means a person who is designing or redesigning democratically. Any designer of democracy has to choose, one or more of these to prioritize, to foreground as the principles for a piece of work. And we can immediately see the difficulty that will produce, that prioritization work, whose voices, whose perspectives, whose lives will be excluded, marginalized, whose will be prioritized and built into future democratic designs. So Michael Sawer's book's important and timely, but it has a limitation because in it, the bit for me that's missing in his version of design is its creative leap, the novelty, the thing that exceeds and goes beyond current possibilities. And while there's this long list of devices like single-member representation or particular kinds of voting and different institutional forms, we also can be open to imagining new forms of those, new kinds of institutions, new kinds of practices that exceed the current menu currently available. But only if we more properly connect creative practices in the broadest sense and understandings of democratic politics. So another idea I want to introduce to this, trying to make sense of design and experiential futures in relation to public policy making, is that of anticipatory governance. So this term was developed in social studies of science and technology to make sense of how new technologies emerge and are governed. And David Guston used the term to mean that governance is spread across social actors. It might include businesses who might have undue power, we might say, in the current environment. But so the governance is spread across society. It isn't just in the domain of government policy makers. It is an activity that's spread across, and it can proceed through foresight and engagement, integration, and then the production of new forms of regulatory activity. And in a paper I wrote with Lucia Vesnic-Aluvevich, which introduced a special issue of a journal in 2020, we used this term to make sense of what we saw as happening in design and futures projects in relation to particularly the future of government. And I'm going to talk in a moment about that project a little more. That was a project led by the EU Policy Lab where Lucia works. So when we looked at the projects, we thought there was something distinctive going on, but that was only 2 years ago, and I think we're all still trying to make sense of the emergence of these practices and methods inside government. But this set of concepts is, we think, useful. So at the moment, where I'm at is trying to make sense of these different conceptual concepts to try and make sense of what is going on. And drawing on the things that I've just shared with you, this is a sort of tentative initial list. So number one is using design to inquire into and open up public futures, right? So it's the opening up in an experimental way. Secondly, it's working across multiple scales. So it's not just the design of the voting form, it is the design of the practices, the institutions, and all sorts of sort of social behaviors around them. I want to emphasize this, there's this emphasis too on using and learning from futures rather than just producing the futures and experiencing them. A fourth point is about enabling the creation of new democratic designs, so being open to new kinds of formation. And then finally, governance and policy making spread across multiple social actors. So I'm suggesting this as a framework to try and understand the things that are going on in these kinds of projects. And I'm now going to try and highlight some of these elements inside 3 quick cases. And they're all 3 things that I've been involved in. So this is, I know them very well as projects, I have access to the information, and I'm motivated to share the learning, but it also limitations, I have a stake in their success and the narrativizing around them, so you may not have the same analysis as me. So the first example is from the EU Policy Lab. That is a team inside the European Commission structure. It's actually in the Joint Research Centre. So it's in a research institute inside the European system. And they have a number of competence areas, which include foresight, but also now design too. So this was one of, I think, their second experiment where they were working with a consultancy called Open Evidence as a consultant working on this to support their project, right? So it's not my project, it's their project, but I suggested to them things I thought they could do in particular ways. So one of the things they did in the project was create 4 scenarios in the sort of classic sort of inductive way. And the particular focus of the project, I should say, was about the future of government from 2030. So, you know, enormous topic, important to everyone. And anyway, so part of the team produced these 4 scenarios, and that included through some stakeholder workshops. The bit I got involved in was helping them create and structure and run 6 design briefs, design briefs with 6 universities across Europe with different kinds of design school. Some of them were MA students, some were BA students, different design fields, product design, graphics, service design, and so on. And this led to a number of outputs, which were then submitted by the design schools, created by the students, and sent to the EU Policy Lab to make sense of, including, in some cases, physical objects and video. And you can see these online. I have links at the end, which I'll share with you. So briefly, some of the students used speculative techniques. For example, these students from London College of Communication took forward one of the scenarios in which sort of algorithmic governance was built into society with a vast amount of sort of technological monitoring and so on, and to create this something which then brought to life what that might mean for the citizen. So it departed from the scenario and then added something to it by, you know, what would that mean for the citizen? Another project departed from the scenarios and imagined, by making a film, a world in which citizens sort of bypassed government and created their own blockchain-type networks to realize the ethical values they wanted within day-to-day life. So the students produced a whole variety of things, and it was really fascinating and a privilege to be in the Brussels environment when officials vast set of possibilities, which often did that excess work that went beyond current understandings and current framings. So I'm going to move on to a second example, which is by my Daniela Jenkins, who's a PhD student who I co-supervise. That's not Daniela in that picture, but that's her website. So Daniela is on a funded PhD, funded by University of the Arts London, jointly supervised with King's College London, at the intersection of design and public policy. And she's co-supervised in a cross-disciplinary way, and that's important because of the way she's actually doing her work. And what I wanted to share with you was her methodology. So she's done both an institutional analysis of why are pensions in the UK gendered in the way that they are. How has that happened? What are the factors that have led to these different forms of pension provision leading to much worse implications for women? Then she's done interviews with over 30 millennial women who will retire in, I think, 2060 to understand how they imagine their financial futures. And she's done basically an institutional analysis of what do they do, to what extent do they, are they hampered in imagining their own futures in relation to their own pensions? And then the third thing she's doing is taking some potential policy responses and seeing how, what the implications are for, in terms of pensions for women in her sample. So things like universal basic income, free childcare, and so on. So taking something that's a policy option, not currently available in the UK, although with some experiments, and then say, if that thing were true, if that was actually the UK policy, what would it mean for the pensions outcomes of women, and then ultimately what might need to change. So this is using scenarios with a very political purpose, and then ultimately she will make some recommendations. And then the third example is a project that I was involved in, which is a funded academic research project funded by the, ultimately by government, which had a very specific agenda, which was helping UK businesses adapt and get ready for AI, a very complex and large area of how AI might change society. But this was specifically about business adaptation. It was cross-disciplinary research, but it was mostly management. And the role I took in the project, or that was sort of possible to take, was to support the development of 3 scenarios about what the future might look like for firms in the area of interest, which was professional services firms. And then we use those scenarios in different ways, but including in workshops with firms and also regulators and other stakeholders such as professional bodies. So the scenarios, I don't really have time to talk about them, so I won't. But basically, they look at other kinds of worlds. And so in a project like this, which has a particular government-funded agenda, which is basically about AI readiness and impact on firms rather than society, and how is it possible to bring in ethical concerns, questions about how society might change that might be problematic, and also things like climate change. But we managed to build some of those perspectives into the scenarios. And then adapting to COVID, we were doing this in 2020, so adapting to online. Instead of running workshops with these firms and regulators and professional bodies, we adapted to allowing them to supporting them to use the scenarios to generate basically sort of new thinking about their organizational strategies, whether they were regulators or professional bodies or firms. So this was an emphasis on co-creation in 2 ways. One, they did help us co-create the scenarios, but also they were co-creating the implications. We were doing some translation work to make them useful for them. So in these projects, there's a lot less, creativity, you could say, beauty, certainly not very range of media compared to many of the projects we've seen here. But I think the focus has been on trying to do some of these things. So opening up discussion for sure, and connecting across these, recognizing the institutional factors that relate to how we engage with products, services, devices, or one another in various social contexts. All of them have a different, at the EU Policy Lab, there was a sort of macro intent that set of work would somehow inform some of the policy-making work, but I was not party to seeing that, so it's unclear to me to what extent that was even possible or happened. So those 2 examples I showed you of the design school responses, the sort of to what extent those were used is unclear, but they are nonetheless part of a possibly the futures literacy that Paul was talking about earlier, sort of making visible a capacity for thinking differently about government right in the heart of Brussels. But certainly the other 2 projects had a strong focus on making the work useful to the people, to a variety of people who are who have the potential to do some acting. And there was a strong emphasis on democracy in the broadest sense. Some of them boast the intention of Daniela's research, which she frames as feminist pensions policy and certainly has a focus on gendered outcomes. But in other ways also the openness and porosity of some of the processes allowed the opening up of diverse positions to some extent. And then finally, they all do have this sort of assumption that governance and public policy making is spread across social actors, although of course not all social actors have equal power in the formation of policy. So together, I think these projects and others like them show that design and experiential futures approaches are a resource that can make a contribution to public policy development, and the fact that there's sort of pockets of activity across different kinds of making entity, both inside government and outside, it shows there is potential and others are investing in them, although it's non-linear. It's not that that leads to better policy making or even policy making that will lead to positive outcomes. And some of this may well intensify in the next decade, given the language around futures literacy that we heard about earlier, that was so brilliant. So, you know, there's in the same way of, you know, being human-centered, citizen-centered, these agendas, these narratives create the space for this kind of work. There's a sort of mutually reinforcing thing going on between the narratives and then the deployment of these methods, for better or for worse. And it may be that some of them are able to resist some of the claims of dominant power structures and priorities, maybe, but I think it's a bit too early to tell. So to conclude, I'd just say there's something interesting going on in this work. It's time to start thinking critically about it, and this is an initial approach to trying to make sense of some of the literatures that I pay attention to understanding as well as doing some of this kind of work as we try and understand and anticipate their further expansion into public policy making. Thank you. There's some references there.
Thanks a lot. A first question, maybe I missed it, but I was wondering, the project, for example, from Daniela Jenkins, I believe was her name, which form does it take? Like, where is it, in which form is it presented to anyone? Is it presented to policymakers, for example?
So she's at the final stage. So she's writing a PhD standard thesis. It'll be about 80,000 words. She has also developed materials and used them in some workshops, yeah. And partly because of the attention span of policymakers, or certainly as presented in the UK environment, is they want very short things. So she may well produce, you know, here are the recommendations, and here's the thing if you need more. So I imagine she'll produce a range of outputs. Because she's co-supervised with King's College London and they have a pensions institute as part of that ecosystem, that group, and also the Women's Budget Group, which is a group of academics and practitioners who particularly look at gender issues inside public policy, in particular finance and economics. So she's already in an ecosystem, and actually she came from a practice background in financial services. So for her, her interest was methodology, right? How to do this exploration work, but it's not simply exploration, it is grounded in this quite deep analytical analysis of how is it that the pensions environment is structured the way that it is, and what are the implications, and then also what needs to change and what could change.
Great. Exactly this is what I was wondering, because like this is I don't know, the risk maybe of developing something so much sense, or really like getting to the bottom of it, and then needing to somehow approach or find the right person in the political body to be open to listen to it, or
she has a location in that ecosystem already, but I think this has given her time and space and to really develop what she thinks the ideas are, which should be finished later this year. And it's really amazing work. It's a great privilege to be able to work with her and the other co-supervisors.
Thank you. Very interesting. I think I'd heard of a few of those things in passing before, but it's nice to hear a bit more about them and get that, yeah, because you see these things pass by on the internet and see them mentioned, but getting the intentionality behind them from someone actually involved is really valuable stuff. So thank you for sharing all that. I guess I wanted to, possibly unsurprisingly, given what you've heard from me already today, is to go to a vaguely meta level. And so I guess I'm reflecting on a very sort of off-the-cuff definition of design, which was, I think, given to me by one of your former colleagues, Tobias Ravel. And he once said to me something along the lines of design is the process of choosing which choices people get. Yeah, which is very reductive, right? But the point being that there is the act of designing is in that sense a political act in itself.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how is that kind of that positionality approached from within these disciplines? How is that built into the process?
Yeah, no, great question. So I'm not going to do a definition of design because there's sort of 40 years of literature, but in fact, that's in a sense one of its weaknesses and one of its strengths. It's come from a practice background, and there's multiple versions of it which are institutionally located in different ways. One of the things that's happened in the last 10 years in particular is growing perspectives on the ontological nature of designing. They existed before, but it's now much more prominent, and so on, sort of awareness of positionality and in the doing of designing and the academic work on designing too. So it's now more routine at conferences to think more broadly. There are still long traditions, though, of just paying really a lot of attention to objects and people interacting with objects, which is one of the traditions. It's quite a fluid field because it's located, I'm located in basically a historic art school. My institution is 6 of London's historic art school, Art and Design. Others are more in engineering design, and that comes with different sort of assumptions about knowledge and so on, and different commitments to worlds and thinking critically. So in terms of what that means for these kinds of projects, design, probably a bit like futures work, is often in consultancy mode, right? Somebody's asking you to do something and paying you for it and setting the constraints. So you have to work out what and where, if you want to do that work, how you can engage with it. And I'm not sure that that's going to change. I would say it's institutional. The institutional nature of designing, in the UK, for example, which does actually measure these things, there's some vast majority of design firms are under 5 people. So it's extremely different to the McKinseys and so on that you were talking about. It's a sort of institutionally very different. The structure is very different. But that also means there's a huge amount of variety. There isn't a lot of consolidation. There are some strong, large consultancies, but they're not on the scale of, Ernst & Young, all these firms with, 100,000 people. So there's something about it's in service mode, like management consultants are, but it's in a very different place as a profession. And also extremely varied because it's sometimes packaging, sometimes place-based built environment, sometimes service design, sometimes allegedly strategic. And then this formation of this world, which is, public policy, pockets. So there's a fluidity which moves with global capital. So my colleague Guy Julia has written the sort of significant book around economies of design and the implications of neoliberalism on design practices. And there's growing attention in academic research to the contingencies of the practice. There isn't a design practice. They all have their particular histories and so on. So what it means for individual designers who get churned out of design schools, then they have to navigate this world and understand their location. And there's words about ethics and, some kind of training, but is it adequate to the current conditions? Not necessarily.
So thank you, Lucy, for this very interesting talk, and also thank you for bringing up the intersections between like STS, policy, design, and everything. I think it's very, very interesting and very cool to see this here in this environment. And this also brings me to a question that we I think which has been discussed before already, because often, I remember 5 years ago, so I was talking to a designer from, a Dutch designer who was also working in the context of EU policy consultants, I guess you can say, and he did a similar approach of designing different futures, and at the end his results became posters in a policy making session. So it just became something like an ornament to the actual policy making process and didn't really create any impact. And I remember also hearing the talk from the Yes Man where he said, okay, how can we do something more than just raising awareness? And I wonder now that you being an expert and also working on these different fields and sitting on the intersection, where do you see in your work is the greatest challenge of those design processes to actually create an impact in this policy environment or in the policy ecosystem?
So I was embedded for a year in the UK Policy Lab team through a fellowship funded by the Arts and Humanities Research Council, and I'm still in quite a lot of dialogue with them. And in fact, I currently just got a new grant, actually. If anyone would like to join, I have a new network in design and public policy, which they are also supporting, and other bits of UK government which are now paying attention to policy design. So when I was in in the Policy Lab team for the first year, they faced this existential question, right? They had funding for 1 year, was it going to be continued? It was such a small amount of money compared to the money of the civil service. You know, it was like, you know, but still, so they had this existential question, and at the time they were talking to me about, well, we need evidence, we need to show the policies, but the policy making cycle is so complex and so intersecting with political factors, how things get made. We already know that evidence isn't necessarily used well in public policy, so the ability of this tiny team to show that they had really influenced policies was incredibly complex for them to demonstrate, but nonetheless, this is where, how does change happen? It isn't necessarily by having better evidence that you've changed policy, but it's through relationship building and sort of other aspects which allowed that team to grow. They're now 17 people and continuing to work, and there is now a broader network inside UK government focusing on policy design, which you can find online, has a blog. So in a sense, they've succeeded, right? But that isn't, it was about the making of policy in the UK as being something that should be thought about intentionally through a design process, not necessarily with designers, but through a design process. You could say that's an important achievement of that tiny team who started in 2014. But you couldn't show that in a linear way because there's all these other factors tied to also narratives around innovation, human-centered, citizen-centered, presentation. There's also where for me social sciences and institutional analysis, or through the humanities as well, offers, you know, to look carefully. This is why you need PhDs and you need researchers to look carefully at the claims, the structures, the practices, and look at these sets of relationships which is at a different speed to what the practitioners are doing, which is, you know, are we still going to exist and get our funding in a year's time? I don't think that's answered your question, but yeah, and in a sense that, you know, that team wanted me to write case studies about them. I think that's what they wanted, and I thought, I don't believe the case studies already, so I'm just not going to participate in that. But nonetheless, they have succeeded, arguably. Yeah. Without the case studies.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Yeah, we will have a 5-minute break and then continue. Thanks a lot for sharing these insights with us.
I mean, introduce as much as little as you want, but again, it means we've got voting formula, Red Cross, Nesta, and then Cabinet Office, which I will be calling Cabinet Offices.
Right.
Do you want to do the Red Cross one too? Are you doing that one? Yeah, and Nesta. Okay. That's what I was thinking, just like by the time I get to front of the microphone, I've forgotten everything we
Discuss. I'll just like,
No.
I'm gonna talk.
Exactly.
This is all.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to tell you. There's probably live streaming too. Cool, fun. Happy fun time. I'm sweating. From the espresso, I double it. Masa? Schnaps? Chin chin? Is that it? Are these clean glasses? Here, I'll put you this here.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
And then, let's assume this is clean. This is where we find the blind thread.
No, that's fine. Or would you prefer two handheld ones? Do you just want a handheld? Would you like a handheld? No? I mean, I can offer you.
You just hand it to me.
Yes. David, are you also ready? Okay. Perfect. So, slowly coming back from our mini break, I'm very honored to introduce the next speakers surrounding me here, Susan Cox-Smith and Scott Smith from Changist. Changist is an organization based in the Netherlands, and they are dedicated to help global organizations to manage complex futures. They do this through research, sense-making strategy, and also lots of engagement in the form of workshops. They have very extensive experience with participative workshops and also research trajectories. And today they will speak about their experiential futures work specifically with government and NGOs worldwide, and also how to deal with the logics of policy making. So I'm curious about that. So pleased to welcome you two. And
thank you.
Hello, thank you. It's been such a wonderful experience to be here and to see all of the talks. And I just want to say that we saw a little improv this morning with Jose's session, and we're just going to improv and have a conversation about some of our work here and see what we can explore and also uncover about some of the work that we've done with NGOs, governments, and other organizations. I'd like to say that our slide deck is all memes and GIFs, but it's mostly pictures. So here we go.
So you're throwing it to me. All right. No, I'd like to reiterate what Susan said. It's been a real pleasure to sort of be here with a group of peers, and those that are both here and online, to understand how you understand what we do, because I think this is one of the sort of issues that we have is we don't have the capacity or the privilege or the education to theorize. We very much kind of see ourselves as a group that has, since the beginning, kind of worked on the street, and then sometimes we have the opportunity to kind of step back and think about what that means. The privilege or the benefit of that is that it gives you the opportunity to kind of refine what otherwise might, as Paul kind of pointed to earlier, sometimes be sort of ethereal, loosely tethered high concepts, and actually kind of understand how they actually work when they hit the ground. How do people use and activate these different kind of approaches and futures? And a way of looking at that, I think, is to take a couple of 3 or 4 sort of public projects and kind of replay a little bit about what our intentions were in that as a means of kind of playing back the idea of calibration. Because I think that gets lost very often in these conversations, and especially kind of having some proximity to the design education environment and even being sometimes educators ourselves, hopefully. There's both with clients, and I'll use that ugly word, sorry, Paul, clients, and also students or participants that we're actually trying to build the capacity of. There's a kind of desire to jump straight into the weird stuff. Can we get straight to the scenarios? Can we get straight to the making of the crazy things? And while we would love to be able to do that, it's the territory that you must cross to get there is actually quite vast. And so some of that has kind of given us an opportunity to think about what are the questions we're actually asking as we're proposing the way that we're going to approach each question, each problem. I put this here for 2 reasons. One, because I'd like you to believe this is exactly what we look like in the office. Susan is a designer by training and a kind of pre-digital environment, and I say that in part because it is a great benefit it has the considerations of the kind of experiential touch for design and what it actually means to create something physical or visual that can be experienced and understood directly by an individual. Those of you who know probably know this is Klaus Schulze from Tangerine Dream and Ashra Temple. He passed away a couple of weeks ago, and I'm a huge fan of German experimental music, so I just needed to slide that in there to get me going. But to stay on the kind of music metaphor, so often it feels like what we're doing behind the scenes is this. We are taking a problem as presented to us by an organization, and those organizations really cross an incredibly wide spectrum. From the kind of commercial behemoths of media and finance and insurance to the policy-making agencies of countries like the UK or the UAE or Singapore or others, to even to the types of organizations like defense and military that someone I think said yesterday, well, I wouldn't work with them. Well, we try to work across all of those different kind of fields in a bit of a, I think a kind of pragmatic way, because it feels necessary to understand how each of them understands and tries to produce various futures, various visions, or actually realize them. And very often the people that you might be afraid that you're going to run into on the military side are really the ones that are over on the commercial side. And the people with some of the best intentions are sitting on the kind of defense and security side, trying to anticipate the types of issues that we may face from broader global threats, and there's certainly a lot of those today. So we spend a lot of time twiddling the knobs and trying to kind of find the right frequencies and balances and representations. And I thought it'd be kind of time as a flat circle sort of loop to start where I ended the last time I think I spoke at a Time's Up event in Linz in 2014. And at that time, we had just kind of experienced the delivery into the world of what felt like a kind of fun and unique project at the time. And the first thing I'd like to say is that we as a group, as an organization, we aren't, even though Susan has the design background, mine is in strategy, we aren't necessarily the sort of the frontline hands-on designers. We bring in people with more talent than we have to, or collaborate with our peers to develop some of these different sort of material objects and things.
I'll interject that we try to be a very agile team. So while there's a core of 2, when we get projects in, we try to build a team that is, best suited to work with us on this type of project based on what we know about whether there's a report or artifacts or a deck, and who could most well contribute to that type of project. So we try to be really light on our feet about deciding who works on what project when things start to come in the door for us.
Yeah, and what is the right set of hands to be working on something? And in this case, this was a project actually where we were brought in as a partner to Near Future Laboratory. The great Julian Bleecker and Nicola Nova and Nick Foster and Fabienne Girardin. And this was a project funded by, I believe, Telefonica Foundation and Fundación and Future Everything. And it was a project basically to talk about the impact of big data in the world. And the format that it took was to, given the audience we were going to try to reach, which was primarily a sort of general public audience with no technical specialization, people who would never in their lives volunteer to go into a symposium on big data, we wanted to be able to kind of speak to them through the form and the kind of the affordances that might be familiar to them. And given that the project was launched first in Manchester and then later in Barcelona and exhibited at the CCCB, in Barcelona, the logical kind of format was a sports newspaper. That's one of the most everyday, disposable, familiar objects that doesn't have sharp teeth. People will walk up and pick it up and use it. And so, here's kind of an example. This is actually a photo of 3 train engineers in, I believe, Manchester Victoria Station. And during the conference where the actual newspaper was launched, we sort of set up a little side guerrilla project. The conference itself, when it was launched to Future Everything, actually had developed a kind of quadrant of the city. And Paul, I can't remember if you were there that year, but there was a kind of future quadrant of downtown Manchester that was sort of literally almost fenced off. And there was a kind of replica bank branch there that was doing a kind of interesting experiment with personal data collection. There was a kind of mini museum. And so in a way, this newspaper was kind of a bit of the flotsam and jetsam of the city itself in this future city. But this was its kind of introductory environment, was to be sitting as a weird stack of newspapers inside what otherwise looks like a proper museum exhibit, and it was. Except we, started kind of thinking about how do people actually understand this future artifact in this setting. Here it's actually kind of positioning itself as pure art, in a sense. It's sitting alongside a number of other commissioned artworks. It's got its little plinth, it's kind of got its nice lighting. There was a place to kind of come and sit and engage with it a little bit, but it's still sort of sitting within the rules of an artistic exposition. But what we decided to do was sort of play with it a little bit and begin to take it out of its natural environment, not even really knowing what the natural environment was, and start to ask ourselves, what is the meaning of breaking out of that white cube environment in a way? Given that we had a little time on our hands, we began to take it out into the city and kind of insinuate it in different places. This was a Saturday afternoon in Manchester, and we're able to kind of drop it in a pie shop, put it into the newsstand, take it to a betting shop, and sort of slide it in with the other sport tabloids to see if it in any way sort of changed the way people were coming in and interacting with placing bets on football. And I should say the newspaper itself was set in 2018, and the project was in 2014, so it was effectively kind of simulating a future of the sport. And just to kind of watch people's faces as they first picked up something that felt very familiar, but then, at what point did they kind of trigger and think, wait a minute, there's something wrong with this very normal object, and how do I respond to that? So it ended up in kind of phone booths, taxis. We put a couple on a train that then went back to London. Put them in the newsstand without telling the newsagent. So we did see one person try to actually go up and buy it, and the barcode didn't ring. But what we kind of found there is that it had certain kind of interesting properties that were different than the art exhibit. It created a little bit of confusion, but it was kind of a friendly, curious confusion. The weekend of its launch, it was actually put as an insert into 130,000 copies of the Manchester Evening News. And that's when we sort of crossed the line from art to commerce, not really thinking about it that much. That was kind of part of the benefits of this exhibition. But then lawyers got involved because this piece of work mentions real companies and makes associations between commercial entities that are fictional, but they mean different things when they're actually sitting in an environment next to advertising, news, and now you're kind of dealing with the world of legality. We sort of crossed a legal frontier just to see what would happen. Now that it's 2022 and this is kind of long since past, I think we can safely say we all survived. But this last image is actually of, and Lucy, I believe this was Oxford Futures Forum 2015? 14. And Lucy and her colleagues kindly invited us to come and sort of talk about it there. And we set up a little coffee area that was meant to kind of, again, sort of camouflage it amongst the other artifacts that were there, and real newspapers and such, some coffee, an airline ticket. And at least for me, the sort of sign of success there was that the cleaning crew cleaned all of this out and took the newspapers out that day, that evening, because it was, you know, they were today's newspapers. Why would you want them there? So the coffee cups, I think, were removed a little bit, and just to kind of get a sense of like, how did people respond in public to that particular work? But what we end up kind of realizing is that, you know, it's the basics that you learn in kind of communications and composition. You know, that when you have a context, or you can change the context of the artifact, and that sort of changes the nature and the reception and kind of understanding of the artifact. The audiences can change, and that changes the kind of nature of the artifact that we design. And then sometimes the purpose can actually change even for the same artifact as we're kind of working on it. So on to kind of taking some things that we learned from that little probing of taking this object and placing it into different contexts and environments. We tried to kind of bring some of that to the next project that we worked on where we had similar practice.
Right, so this was for the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent in 2018. There was going to be a large plenary session of all of the sort of higher policymakers and leaders within this organization across the globe, plus also a lot of students who were coming in. And we were asked to create some artifacts that would be provocations for these policymakers to kind of instigate conversations and interrogations about what it means when. So IFRC provided us with their list of trends that they thought were most important for them going forward. And we wrote some scenarios that incorporated those trends and then came up with 3 artifacts that we thought kind of encapsulated what those concerns might be given certain trends sort of coming together. Go back to IBER. This was IBER, which was an international evidence registry. So we just see a little bit of this fake news problem or misinformation, and so we considered an evidence registry that you could take out into the field and document with LiDAR, photography, you know, drop in, document something, and then it would go into a blockchain registry so that if there were a criminal court investigation at some point later on, you would have this documented evidence to, you know, bring to the courts. So that one was actually a lot of fun. Then this was Dynamo, which was a sort of public-private partnership. We imagined a sort of Amazon-like entity partnering with refugee organizations to help provide both monetary funds, identification documents, and just general ID for refugees traveling across borders. But what it also offered was a temporary citizenship, so that if you got an ID for, say, Austria, you would be or not to relocate to that country, but you would be given the broad citizenship rights for someone who is a citizen of that country. So there were a few things at play there, but the idea that an Amazon-like entity could come in and distribute these citizenships and also provide financial assistance was a very provocative idea for IFRC. And it let them see that opportunity as an opportunity, not as something to be avoided at all costs. And then they began to start to explore more carefully how those kind of partnerships might work in the future.
But one of the things that we intentionally did here is, from the outset of the project, sort of asked ourselves, like, who is this audience? Who are these people? And what are the sort of familiar objects in their everyday world? We could have created something that was meant to be kind of, a shocking, arresting, alienating, sort of object. But what we really wanted to do was kind of go straight at their expectations of their everyday world, and really just kind of move the frame slightly to one side or the other in such a way that the uncanniness of it was what attracted them. And as Susan said, they had long conversations in plenary about the details of and sort of passing the Strategy 2030 that they were there to sign off on. But we wanted to kind of take that same thing we learned from the newspaper, which was the sort of sense of familiarity that they had with the sort of look and feel of the objects and the way that they were set up, with the sort of name tags, plenty of barcodes, lots of documentation, plenty of paperwork there, as a way of kind of bringing them closer to the object rather than sort of hitting them with estrangement first, and hoping that they might be brave enough to kind of come forward to it. And so, attention was paid to not just the content, but also as the sort of the look, the feel, the level of distressing of the object. This Mobisol company, as Susan mentioned, was meant to be a kind of Amazon-like organization. And this is 3 or 4 years before they actually began to encounter situations where, because of a lack of resources, they're showing up in crisis environments alongside private organizations like a Securicor or a G4S, who were otherwise contracted to come in and start managing, flows of people as they're going through.
This is Iber again. Our colleague Chef helped us to create this. This is actually like this unfolding toolbox, but when you open it up, it has all these really, we had built like a fake LiDAR tripod, and then there was a kind of mapping so that you could outline where your areas were, and this was a sort of, documentation sort of device where you could, collect and then shift over to the blockchain.
And the idea wasn't it was actually to get them stopping thinking about what it meant to sort of rush forward on something like blockchain or drones or identity collection and all these different technologies that they were worried about as kind of coming issues and trends they were going to have to face. By beginning to kind of blend them together into a narrative, we could give them an object that was a little bit playful. And there's often for us, Easter eggs hidden within individual artifacts, but something that will make you sort of stop and go, wait a minute, reality collection area Ruby? What the hell's that? And you're trying to explain to them, well, this is a kind of zone where we needed to use forensic tools to, collect data to make a determination when this goes to, some form of adjudication. And here we are now with crews who are being deployed in the Ukraine to do real-time documentation of possible war crimes. And it's not an unanticipatable phenomenon, but this was sort of 4 or 5 years prior to it. But we wanted them to be thinking ahead of time about what that would look and feel like. And so again, trying to kind of pick up the affordances of that area of work.
This was a project that we did for Nesta in 2019, and this gave us a great opportunity to collaborate with some artists who could help us create these artifacts. So again, we went through and did some sort of combinatorial scenarios that, and a very, very good workshop in which emergency response organizations from around the United Kingdom were brought together, and they worked with these trend cards, and then they they started to come up with their own scenarios for how these things might collide and come together, bounce off each other, what the implications were for that. And from there, we sort of reframed and adjusted those scenarios a little bit and ended up with, was it 5 scenarios that, one for each sort of broad regional area of the UK, so that we felt like there was good representation there. And one of the sort of funny aspects of this was that it was very, very near future, like tomorrow or next week. And so we had to come up with emergency situations that seemed plausible and possible, and kind of maybe amp them up, turn up the dial just a little bit on that, but there was a hesitancy to talk about emergencies, even though that was actually what this whole process was about. It was how to partner with communities to make emergency response, better. So we had Bevanistas, which were guerrilla health workers, people who had been let off the NHS with Brexit happening. A flu epidemic breaks out, so these nurses and doctors and nutritionists began doing outreach in their own communities locally to help gather data, because a flu vaccine was effective in the majority population, but there were certain immigrant and very young children who were not responding as well to this flu vaccine. Sound familiar? And so they sort of created their own healthcare force that coordinated and cooperated with the NHS, but they were not sponsored or recognized. So they would hand over their anonymized information, the data that they collected, and so I forget who our artist was for this.
So for this, as Susan mentioned, we planned the project in a way that allowed us to commission 5 different artists from around the UK to kind of represent both the different regions and different practices, and also kind of bring the voices of different communities into the actual object design itself. It wasn't something we were sitting in a central design studio and kind of cranking out in volume. We intentionally set out to sort of to find people who could speak to these different issues and kind of bring their own voice to it. This was actually an artist named Heffin Jones from Cardiff. And so he, kind of wanted to bring the sort of origins of the NHS out here through the name of the group. I think he actually named them, or he was at the table that named them originally. But one of the, you look at this and you think, well, that's just some, again, like the newspapers and the coffee cups, you might just sweep that away at the end of the day, but that was the actual intention, was we in trying to engage with a group of statutory authorities throughout the country who were coming to kind of talk about and think about the future of cooperating with communities to respond to emergencies post-Grenfell fire. We wanted the kind of environment to very much be that kind of church hall,
it was intentionally lo-fi.
Low fidelity sort of design.
But because of the audience for this particular one, if you look at this table and you look at the table of an actual organization, you probably would see a lot of similarities and things would feel very real.
I had a difficult time originally unboxing this, picking out which of the flyers were artifacts, sort of fictional ones, and which were real. And I'm not sure I ever really got them all down. But we did kind of have this funny moment of thinking, well, when you leave the room, you've recalibrated your own perception such that you can't trust any flyer you now see kind of in the hallway. And that was, I wouldn't say it was unintentional. This is actually another project where we were actually having kind of communities that were hand assembling battery storage devices to take to kind of homes that were energy vulnerable. So they would have some kind of backup device should the grid fail. And so these would be kind of pre-stored or pre-charged battery blocks that were taken almost like mini Tesla Powerwalls that could be taken into homes during a kind of neighbor community check to find out if the residents were, okay, do they have enough food and medicine and such, and that there would be a team that would take the bricks in and then take out the empties. It's almost like milk bottles. But again, we wanted it to be you know, that kind of low fidelity quality that felt like it would have been produced by a community group. And this last piece is from Austin Holdsworth, just to kind of get, you know, down to the like manual work involved here.
This was, I really, really liked this one. We were talking about an island community whose power grid was completely cut off for an extended amount of time, so over months and months and months. And because you can't do, you know, digital or online banking during this time, some local craftspeople just basically started stamping out coins that people could exchange for services or groceries or assistance. And at the time when the banking system came back up, people would, you know, be able to trade in those coins for their actual funds. So it was very, very old school, lo-fi, you know, old technology, but it helped these organizations think about what do you do when your electricity grid fails, or, you know, power or connection to the internet. And it really did help them understand a little bit better how communities could, you know, be resilient in the face of these kinds of emergencies, and that maybe sometimes reaching out to those communities was better than trying to, you know, fix them just wholly on their own.
And one of the things that we sort of learned here was that, you know, the initial meeting to bring together the various government authorities was going to be to just introduce these as kind of a new set of community groups that had just been identified, not really kind of flagged that this was something that's happening in the near future. The various visitors to the meeting went around and engaged with the groups, and there was role-playing by individuals who were representing the groups. A lot of great conversations, and in this particular case, the conversation kind of carried on probably past a boundary where we might have wanted it to, in terms of someone basically kind of relaying their own very, very personal story about their family. And then, at that point, you realize that you've kind of got the wrong side of the line of suspension of disbelief into a kind of, slightly delicate territory that you need to kind of then back up. But in each one of these projects, while you could say, okay, we could have signs and flyers on the wall that say, warning, this is speculation. This is 2025, but you're not there yet. You have to sort of think about in each situation, what is the balance between having someone come in and engage in speculation with you, and yet kind of piercing that suspension of disbelief. And so
when do you break the fourth wall?
Right, exactly. So in this case, we couldn't be the yes men and kind of carry that on as a kind of culture jamming. We have to be very delicate in where the boundaries were set for this. And then just as a last quick example, this was a project that it wasn't to necessarily generate artifacts as much as it was as a demonstration of our kind of proof of concept, which is a little bit stranger because you're trying to sort of show somebody the power of speculation while they know what you're doing, and also while not going too far. And the audience here was within a senior policymaking environment in the UK. And we were basically given about 72 hours to generate a series of artifacts as a kind of demonstrator. And this was in just the summer of 2020. And, trying to speak to this audience, we wanted something that would actually kind of catch their attention a little bit and use, again, sort of select a local affordance or a kind of form that would provoke them in a way, but not too much. And that's a really difficult ask. To poke a little, but not a lot. In this case, we ended up with a kind of door drop of direct mail, political mail that was going to a very specific set of constituencies in the Red Wall in kind of central and the north of England. A free transit pass that was being issued to encourage people to ride the extended transit lines in the Northeast. A controversial canal project that was being developed, was kind of being pushed through by commercial developers to the annoyance of locals, asking people who were doing vaccine trials not to pass on their inhalers to others, and to keep with the trials and actually make sure they were marking the the serial numbers and sort of play by the rules of the vaccine trial. And this ended up kind of being one of my favorite ones, which was, this was about the time that you were starting to get illegal house parties and illegal raves happening as people were really kind of chafing at lockdown. So we sort of imagined that there would be a designated section of Blackpool that was kind of fenced off as a kind of quarantine disco zone. And that you could come for a week. You could party for a night, but you had to basically stay for the full 7 days and test to be able to leave again. So each of these is kind of meant to be a little bit funny and signal to the audience that we were kind of kidding, but kind of not, but also sort of show if we dial this up a little bit more, this could have a particular kind of impact. I've never found such a good use for an online DJ name generator as in this project. This was done with Smithery, John Wilshire, I should say, and he and I basically shut ourselves in 2 rooms with a camera and a Miro board and quickly kind of created this, I guess you could call it kind of an artifact jam, but we actually laid out in advance what our specific design goals were going to be. We needed speed, simplicity, plausibility, tangibility, and then it needed to kind of still function as a proof of concept.
I left to walk the dog, and 45 minutes later I came back and that was there. This was really, really fast iteration.
But it's, as an exercise versus a kind of provocation, it becomes a sort of different animal altogether. And so sort of zooming up on the top of the board, I created this little meter so we could both understand exactly where we wanted to be between the sort of, the exotic, impossible, but disruptive, and the kind of mundane, plausible, and incremental. And given our audience, we wanted it right about here. So all of this kind of makes us think about the work that we do is really kind of an exercise in what Raymond Loewy called the Maya principle. Bruce Sterling writes about it in Shaping Things. What does it mean to be most advanced yet acceptable as a kind of design of an artifact or the form of an artifact or a provocation in each specific instance and context, and that's always a sort of shifting frame for us. Do you want to say anything to this one? So kind of, and just to conclude, we're trying to kind of scratch on paper and think about, how do we actually frame and describe this? And on the one hand, we have this kind of responsibility in working, particularly in policy environments and in commercial environments, for actionability. People aren't paying, sadly, for thrills and entertainment. They're paying for, they're asking for the application of a method or approach that will ultimately result in someone changing the way that they do something or view something or a policy. And yet, we're working in a kind of medium that has this incredible spectrum of estrangement that seems so tempting to kind of run up here and make something incredibly cool, while kind of making sure that we don't leave this bottom line down here. And so, we find ourselves kind of often sitting in this environment where the everyday world that we work in wants just iteration. They really, 90%, 95% of the people we're in the organizations working with, they don't really want that much change. A little change is okay. So, we need to kind of stay in this zone of actionability with very little estrangement, please. No estrangement. And if we're really lucky, we might kind of get them pushed up a little bit, on a sort of a slightly novel project. But, we're always trying to kind of exert some pressure to keep moving out, to greater levels of action and change, while hopefully for both our interests and also for strategic reasons, kind of pushing the estrangement level up a little bit. But you really have to kind of walk that line out. You can't just kind of start there in most cases. And I think on a kind of day-to-day basis, each individual kind of engagement we may have with, and this is a very flawed kind of way of visualizing this, but each individual engagement we may have kind of works itself along that line. Now, that's just us. Other sort of actors in this field and entities may have very, very different kind of opportunities to work, but since this is kind of the field we end up functioning in very often, I would say the majority of our work ends up being a kind of very careful, calibrated lift to get those organizations moving down that line, but it's never in one big kind of leap. We keep having to come back to this idea of context, audience, and purpose, and ask, who's going to be using this? How are they going to be using it? What languages do they speak to each other? How do they communicate as a group to themselves and their organizations? Any final thoughts?
One thing that I really love about that graph is that so much of the work that we've seen has kind of fallen more into that high estrangement art category, and then we feel like our work kind of runs a little bit more along that commerce side. But I think what it demonstrates is that there's room for all of that, and there are different ways of engaging with our audiences to make sure that you're hitting the right notes, because sometimes people really do want, art instead of commerce. So it's given us a good metric by which to really think carefully about where we're landing with each individual engagement that we go through.
And I feel like it's sometimes a Form 10Q-SD disclosure of speculative intent to the U.S. Office of Speculation and Risk Management can be as powerful in some ways as a regenerative forest in a large exhibition. And so, the beauty of it is we all work together, we all exchange practices together, we inspire each other, but we can also kind of work all kind of corners of that grid. And I would be remiss in not saying that we document a lot of this. Speaking of the commerce vector, we've documented a lot of this in How to Future, the book we put out in 2020. And if you're interested in finding out more, there's a little bit in there, but we're also happy to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually read that book. I think it's excellent.
Bless you.
And I also learned a lot, I think, and that's also something that I wanted to ask you now, because you showed us a lot of more or less final outcomes, let's say, and I'm very curious about the process behind it, especially also because you work with, let's say, clients, the word you used. So I'm imagining there's some sort of brief, like they come to you and they say, we want something. And someone needs to, for example, as a first step, define the scope of the research, for example. So I'm very curious about kind of the maybe very initial stage of collaboration.
It does definitely vary with clients. Like IFRC had already had their trends, and so it gave us our working material because they knew they wanted artifacts at the end of that, not just a scenario description. So it had to be something physical to engage with. Sometimes we'll end up with just a deck. Sometimes we'll write narrative scenarios that aren't necessarily a scenario report, but it all kind of starts with, what is the scope of this project? What is our timeline? What horizon do we want to look at within that timeline? And then it goes back to that, triangle of who is the audience for this, because sometimes they just want a report. That's not our favorite to do, but sometimes they just need a report. I think
if you're out there, don't ask for a report.
Yeah, I think about the Oceans project.
So yeah, it's a great question because very often there's very little specification. Sometimes we'll kind of joke that people will come to us and say, how much for a pound of speculation? And that's almost it, literally. And so people will say, we have this particular area we want to cover, but also we've heard of this process, we've heard of this new sort of practice. Is it possible to apply that? And in the case that Susan was talking about, we did a piece of work for a government department in the UK where the core team was excited about using new methods and kind of excited about material prototypes and that kind of thing. But topically and in terms of like who was going to be the ultimate figure holding the output on the steps in front of the press, in front of the public, it didn't seem like such a great choice from our perspective, in part because that person needs to believe in it. Several, 3, 4, 5 people down the line needs to be able to hold it and explain how it got here. And you can't just assume that that's going to happen. So there are situations where we talk people down in terms of simplicity, but there are other opportunities where we can really query, like, what is the kind of culture and landscape this is going into? And as we know more about it, I guess the point of this presentation is, like, we're learning more questions to ask to get better and better at refining, hopefully, and not kind of misstepping, but refining that output.
Thank you very much. I will occasionally turn around. Yes.
Thank you so much. Really interesting and sort of deeply worked out methodology. What's your ideal job?
In what context?
Do you mean project or?
You know, I think in each case, the more we learn, the more scale we want to go to. And I think there's something we're not really talking about in all of this, which is once we've gotten past the kind of artifact and, Superflux is this great kind of spearhead out there. They're the sort of the tip of the experiential sphere. They're getting bigger and bigger in the sort of productions they're creating. And ultimately, you're kind of talking about spaces like Turnton, as well, like where you're doing a whole space with lots of complex context to it and multiple experiences inside it. I think, like, all of us would love to get up to that level. I mean, in some ways we feel like strategic showrunners more than futurists because we're trying to kind of find the best way to guide people to a new understanding through a narrative. So I think, the short answer would be something at scale that requires that kind of complexity, because we love being challenged. We don't love being pushed back, but we like being challenged in kind of the complex task of doing this one notch higher.
Great to be reminded of how much great stuff you've done over the years. I mean, I've known you guys for ages, and I know you've done, but like, that was yours as well. That was yours as well. But particularly interesting to hear that in the context of a thing where we had the people from the Yes Men on earlier today, and I don't want to overplay the similarities of that. But I guess what interests me is that, and again, this is an overstatement for effect, but it's almost like you're embarrassed of the more mundane work you've done. I mean, not embarrassed, but you'd like to do the more exciting, extrapolative stuff. But what's, I think, interesting is the sense in which it's those really mundane objects that are the most likely to leak out of the context they were developed for. And you invoked Sterling earlier, and so did I. And I remember he had a thing for a while about the power of design fiction lying in its intrinsic hoaxiness. And the more mundane it is, the more possible it is to mistake it for a real artifact, the more power it has to transcend its original point of creation. And connecting that back to a question that was asked of Time's Up about, would you like to do something like Turnton, which was like just kind of out in the real world without the contextual boundaries, right? Just that. I guess what I'm curious about is do you ever worry about that kind of contextual escape, right? Especially with the mundane stuff, like with those NHS flyers, the prospect of those kind of getting out there, because you did it deliberately with the newspaper, right? And that was fun, and that was fairly safe apart from the whole lawyer thing. But especially given the more recent, the extremely political issue of pandemics and stuff, right? The possibility for a really mundane, in a way that God bless them, that Superflux's stuff is no one's ever going to be like, oh wow, no one's going to mistake that for the now. But the stuff that you do is actually quite, by design, mistakable for the now.
For me, that's very intentional, and that's one of my favorite places to work, is actually in the fine print at the very bottom of the document. As I said, there's a lot of Easter eggs hidden in some of this work, and part of that's just for satisfaction, and it's sort of personal enjoyment as you're doing the project, but also like the task of working out what that should be. And there have been some cases where we've gotten close enough that we've gotten a kind of wink back from some people who have said, like, you probably shouldn't know that's there, but you did it. you know, like you clearly are paying close. It's a way of speaking to certain audiences. In terms of like the leakage part, we did have one situation where I was teaching a class in the UAE and kind of talking about these practices because that's where one of the places they're using it for kind of provocation around statecraft and accelerating policy development. And I lost my folder full of all of these examples. I left it in the subway system. And if I did that in London, it'd be like, all right, no big deal, nobody's gonna notice. Do that in a country with a kind of low level of you know, familiarity with that kind of provocation, you have to go hunting for it. Luckily, I got it back. But I did have a moment of worry. It was like, wow, there's a lot of like fake news out there floating in the subway system right now. I don't know what's gonna happen. It probably would have been fine, but yeah.
I think we most enjoy working in that really, really near timeline because it's where we can be most provocative. If you're talking about 2050 or 2070, like no one expects to be alive during that change or to be, you know, doing something about it. So we really try to push the parameters of the possibilities so that we can really, I mean, that was one of the things about the IFRC project was it was just supposed to be for that one event, but it was so successful. All three of those were so successful that they ended up touring around for the next year and a half to different organizational, you know, meetings because they were so provocative and because they were really bringing up good conversations. They weren't scary enough that people were like, no, we can't do that. It was, we want to talk about it. We want to like address what this represents. And so for us, that's the best kind of provocation to put out there in the world. And if it leaks a little bit, you know, it's okay.
We have a separate company for toxic cleanup of provocation, so. Always diversify. Own the value chain, Paul. You think we're kidding?
I think we have room for one more question. Is there one somewhere behind me? No.
So thank you very much for the introduction to your work. It's very nice to see that also the book is a very good book.
Thank you.
Thank you for writing it. I can just agree what has been said before. What I really like about your work is the mundaneness and the less spectacle of the future. And this last picture that you showed with the form, I think this is just brilliant. So my question would be, well, there's several. I think I will bring the one that I can articulate the most. My question would be, how do you see yourself? Because from the projects you presented, they are very versatile. So do you see yourself more as a science communicator, like coming back to the first one where you were talking about artificial intelligence? Do you see yourself more as a designer, which you said you're actually not? Or is it more like a strategist or consultant? Or where would you position yourself? Or isn't there a term for that?
All of the above.
I mean, we're trying to be sense makers and help people move conversation forward or understanding forward or hopefully sort of move to action in some form. But we also really recognize, and I think it's because we've had other careers before where we've learned, you know, about delivering value in things, as ugly a term as that is, you still need to kind of have a payoff to it. There needs to be something useful about it. And yeah, I think we try to kind of inhabit whatever form and do whatever thing will achieve that end, while kind of at root, I think, being, you know, we probably would bill ourselves as futurists, but as Jose said yesterday, what is that? You know, how do you even define what that is? This, by the way, is a meta joke. I created it to give a talk at Primer Europe in 2018, I think. Because somebody there had been an article complaining about how some corporations shouldn't be allowed to have private provocations and do design fiction that's internal because that somehow seemed unethical, that they were thinking about the unthinkable without letting the public know about it. Yes. So, you know, this was a kind of like, well, what do we need? Do we actually have to disclose speculation on a quarterly form? You know, well, if we take this to the other end of the spectrum, that means that you know, every project you'll have to go out and sort of list who you worked with, what it was, you know, or otherwise face a fine for it. So this was kind of a commentary on overstepping the bounds of provocation in a way. And it's hardly ever been shown in public, so there you go. Thank you all so much for your
Yes, thank
questions
you.
and attention.
Thank you too so much for coming, for being here. And we will make an extremely short break, maybe even stay seated, and then we will continue with Sophie. Okay. So, I hope you all got a coffee or a little bit of energy for our last speaker. I'm very happy to introduce you to conclude this session. Sophie Howe. Sophie Howe actually has a very special job title, which is the world's first Future Generations Commissioner in Wales. And as such, she gives advice to the government of Wales on delivering social, economic, and environmental and cultural well-being for the future. And by doing so, and this is a coin that The Guardian used, she gives a voice to the unborn. And I think this is a very beautiful way to put it. So please welcome with me, Sophie Howe.
Thank you very much. So we've heard a lot over the last 2 days about how we can describe the future, help people to think about the future. I guess my job is getting politicians to both think and act on futures issues and ensure that they're not compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. And I think if we look back at, our political systems and our systems of governance across the world, they are inherently short-term. We operate from one electoral cycle to the next, so the longest plan you tend to get is about 5 years. We operate in silos. If there's, if the question is economy versus environment, the answer is always economy, despite the challenges that brings in terms of climate emergency and so on. And so really what we're trying to do in Wales, and indeed I think we're all trying to do in this room and we should be doing across the world, is try to get our decision makers to consider when they're deciding what they're going to do, how those actions will affect the future. And our future generations, in many ways, are sort of already taking action themselves. So we think about the climate emergency, just some sort of key markers here: reduction in the number of young people even bothering to learn to drive. Certainly in my day, when I reached 17, it was kind of, that's the thing you've really got to do. You've got to learn to drive. Lots of kids now not even bothering. The numbers of our next generations, Gen Z in particular, ditching meat and moving to vegetarianism and veganism, in many cases due to environmental concerns. And then, they've got a lot to worry about. So although, in many ways, things are much better at the moment than they have been in the past, issues like life expectancy and so on, there are lots of these sort of huge challenges facing our future generations, long-term challenges that the system doesn't account for, doesn't address. So we know the most enduring, like mental health issues, are a massive issue amongst Gen Z and our younger generations, and we know that most enduring mental health problems start before the age of 24. And yet, if you look at investment in child and adolescent mental health services, and if you look at the preventative interventions, it is the Cinderella of services across most of our healthcare systems. We know that young people today are growing up with this real sense of kind of climate anxiety, which certainly our generations and the generations of people who are in those decision-making roles have not grown up with that sense of anxiety, so it's very difficult for them to understand. And this is taken from Roman Knarik's book, The Good Ancestor, which I'd recommend if you haven't read it. If you look at the kind of scale of the challenge here, if we look 50,000 years to the past, there have been about 100 billion people who were alive and who are now dead. If we look 50,000 years to the future, based on current population trends, we're looking at about 6.75 trillion people who are yet to be born, and currently there's the 7.7 billion of us. So what we do as the 7.7 billion is going to fundamentally affect the lives of those 6.75 trillion people will lead. And of course, they are counting on us, and actually we're kind of screwing it up quite badly at the moment. And, Roman makes this point that really what we're doing is almost colonizing the future. So we're sort of casting all our crap really off into some distant future colony, not taking account for it, and then sort of scurrying back to the present and living the lives that we want to lead no matter what. And so we really need to change the system. We need to get a system thinking to the future. We need to get a system thinking in a preventative way. We need to get a system thinking about what are the threats and risks to those who are yet to be born. And yet we're inherently really, really bad at doing that. So if you look at just the kind of crisis that we're emerging from now, the pandemic, took everyone by surprise. No one was prepared for it. Absolutely catastrophic, disruption and damage. And yet, why are we surprised? Because there it is. Been in the global risk register for quite a number of years actually, and yet we don't anticipate that risk. What's at the top of that global risk register? All issues relating to climate, and yet based on the current trajectory we're nowhere near meeting the 1.5 degrees and will really struggle to keep global warming beneath 2 degrees. So we know all of this stuff, and this is where I say often that evidence is not it. Often you say, well, we need more evidence to prove this, but the evidence is out there. There's a plethora of evidence out there. In fact, as humans, we have done more damage to the environment, put more carbon into the atmosphere since the UN published their first framework on climate change and since Al Gore published his first Inconvenient Truth than at any other time during human history. So we've done that knowingly. So therefore, we have to say that we're either incredibly selfish or we are willfully blind to what is going on around us because the issues are too difficult to deal with. And it's not just about climate. This picture here from the UK about the social care crisis in the UK. Every winter we have exactly the same headlines, which are ambulances stacked up outside accident and emergency and beds blocked in our hospitals because we've got a social care crisis that we've never dealt with in the long term. So social care can't cope with the people coming out of hospital. They're stuck in hospital. The people who've had heart attacks can't get into hospital. And every year it's exactly the same story. We just go round in this bizarre cycle of going, oops, how did that happen yet again? And so, and again, in terms of our ecosystems, none of our ecosystems really are safe and secure, and yet we seem to be kind of willfully blind to that as well. And if you think about the kind of way that we act, so look at the response to the pandemic. So suddenly, money was found, and it was no object. It was found down the back of the sofa to deal with these kind of issues. But what about these long-term issues that we're never dealing with? So the 250,000 additional deaths from climate change every year. What about the fact that these are UK figures, and actually they've gone up more recently. 60% of the adult population overweight or obese. 28% of kids in Wales are overweight or obese. So we're storing up those problems because those kids, when they become adults, when they become older people in particular, will be the people who are in our hospitals, bed blocking and so on, with long-term health conditions that could have been prevented. 14% of the Welsh population have experienced 4 or more childhood adversities. So that's growing up in a household where there's domestic abuse, substance misuse, mental health problems, parental separation or incarceration. 14% of our population with 4 or more of those adversities. Why does that matter? Other than the moral issue as to why that matters, it's because those kids, when they become adults, are 20 times more likely to end up in prison. They're 7 times more likely to have a teenage pregnancy. They're 15 times more likely to use crack cocaine. They are the people who we have failed, the system has failed, and the system will end up picking up the costs. And it's the same in terms of poverty, but we never really deal with the root cause of these issues. We kind of just put a sticking plaster on things. I think that's got a lot to do with the brain science. So this suggests that when we think about our future selves, we have the same sort of brain and neurological reactions as if we're thinking about someone else. And, if you play out the kind of thoughts about someone else, thoughts about others, in the way that perhaps we deal with refugees, in the way that people are like me or they're not like me, and if they're like me, then I'm more likely to interact with them and connect with them, I'm more likely to give them a job, all of these things in terms of our unconscious bias. And it's that same brain pattern when we think about our future selves. So we think about our future selves as almost someone else, kind of completely unconnected. And it's, it's why we are so bad at planning for pensions, it's why we're going to have the extra donut, despite the fact that we know that it's it's really bad for our health. And so this issue of disconnection is a critical element of why we are so bad at considering the future. We're really bad at considering the connections between issues. So, you know, as I said, whenever there's an argument between economy versus environment, economy generally wins, but we're missing the whole point that there are no jobs on a dead planet, and actually, you know, the environmental catastrophe is going to cost our economy trillions and trillions of pounds. We're disconnected from future generations. We don't talk to them, or if we do, we often pay lip service to that. We regard them as lacking experience and knowledge that we older people hold. But actually, we older people, we've not been digital natives. We're not growing up with that sense of climate anxiety. We are not tuned in to what the next generation is thinking. And therefore, we need to change that. Just some other things around the disconnection. Because everything's related to everything. And you often tend to see, as well as short-termism in politics, you get that kind of silo-based thinking. So if you're trying to deal with the problem of climate change, you're in the climate department. Actually, it's a bigger issue for what the housing department are doing. How are they constructing their houses? What's the economy department doing, and how are they you know, generating a low-carbon economy? What's happening in terms of transport? And you know, we can see here that actually, as well as causing you know, the vast majority of climate change, the world's richest cause double, the richest 1% cause double the CO2 emissions of the poorest 50%. Actually, it's the poorest 50% who are going to pay the price of that. And again, we can see these connections locally, not only around what we're doing in the global north in terms of climate and other issues and how that has the biggest negative impact on the global south, but also even in the UK, we know that if you are poor, you're more likely to be living in an area of high air pollution, and you're more likely to die younger. If you're black, Asian, minority ethnic, you're more likely to live in those areas. We know that if you are poor or from a black ethnic minority community, you're less likely to have access to nature and to public open space. So we need to be seeing the fact that climate justice is also a racial justice issue, is also a gender justice issue, is also a social justice issue. But again, our system's geared up to not see the connections. And this is just a kind of, again, a local example of something that we're dealing with. So the pictures there are of Pontypridd, an area in the South Wales Valley. So the South Wales Valleys are amongst our poorest communities, lots of industrial heritage, lots of worklessness, intergenerational poverty, and so on. And just before COVID hit, they were really badly hit with Storm Dennis, it was called, and huge challenges with flooding, whole communities wiped out, businesses wiped out, and so on and so on. And so the estimated cost of putting that right is about £180 million. Now, what you can see on the right then, yeah, my right, is this is how the local authority, the council, the local government institution in this area is investing its pension funds. That local authority is investing more of its pension funds in fossil fuel investments than any other local authority in Wales. So on the one hand, they're going to be putting their hands in their pocket to the tune of £180 million to clear up the problems from climate change. On the other hand, they're investing in the thing that causes the problem in the first place. And, you know, that's two different departments, isn't it? And, you know, there are vested interests in that, and people don't want to move or shift. And this is, again, a really sort of interesting thing about the mindsets that we're dealing with. So this is in another local authority area nearby. When questioning or looking at the kind of pension investments, you know, the one councillor says, well, given the fact we've declared a climate emergency, don't you kind of think that we should stop investing in our pension funds in fossil fuels? And the Deputy Chief Finance Officer, I call them the abominable no-men, and I'll come on to that in a moment. Well, you know, climate change is a bit of a risk, but the fund's incremental approach to disinvestment was the sensible way to go. So not, as Greta is saying, I want you to act like your house is burning down because your house is burning down. No, no. don't change the status quo, we'll just take it gently and, you know. And this is the sort of mentality that we are dealing with and trying to unpick. And then just a final other bit on the disconnect. So in the UK, we're really lucky to have a National Health Service, and I love it as much as everyone else, and I'm proud of it. However, every year, the NHS in the UK takes up more of our public spending budget. So it started off at about 40%, creeps up to 42, 44. It's now over 50% of the entire public funding spending budget in the UK and in Wales. And that's because the NHS is not actually a National Health Service, it's actually a National Illness Service. What it does is patch up people when they're ill. And if you look, however, here at what the World Health Organization tells us about the actual issues, the reasons why people might die young or might die older, might live to their full sort of life expectancy, and even where I live in Cardiff, I've got every chance of living between 10 and 15 years longer in the nice suburbs in the north of Cardiff compared to someone who lives 3 miles down the road from me. So that's the difference in life expectancy just in one city, and across Wales and the UK, it's up to 18 years difference in life expectancy. And the reasons why we see that difference in life expectancy are actually very little to do with what we do in the NHS. So only 10% of what makes a difference in life expectancy is to do with the healthcare system itself. 35% is about income security. Do you have enough money to put food on the table? Are you living in poverty? And so on. 29% is about our living conditions. So what's the quality of your housing? Are you living in areas of high air pollution? Do you have access to public open space? And so on. 19% is about social and human capital. Are you living in an area where there's a sense of community? What are the quality of your relationships? Is there someone that you can turn to in your hour of need? So when we talk about well-being economics and well-being policies, which are often seen as the kind of, fluffy, how do we measure that? It's all nicey nice, it's not the thing for government to do. Actually, it absolutely is the thing for government to do, because if that's what makes 19% of the difference to hardcore metrics like how long you live or not, then absolutely government should be taking action on that. And absolutely what we need to be doing, if we're thinking to the long term, is shifting investment away from the National Illness Service and towards addressing these wider determinants of health. And I don't think it's going to be enough for us to sort of say, don't worry, it's all okay, because technology will solve climate change, and technology, everyone will have, amazing genetic diagnosis of this, that, and the other, and the medical advancements will save us all. You have to also ask if, technology might be part of the answer, but what's the question we're asking? What's the question about the world that we actually want? Because this could be part of the answer if we're not clear about what the question is that we're asking. I don't know how many of you have seen this film, WALL-E. Anyone? Yeah, a few of you. Those of you with kids, I'm sure, will have seen it. So what happens here is basically that we as humans have completely destroyed the planet. The planet is now just one big rubbish dump with a load of robots kind of, bringing all of the rubbish together and piling it up and so on. Meanwhile, all the humans have gone off to some sort of spaceship, but their habits are so bad that they're so obese they can no longer walk, and they just kind of scoot around on these spaceships, or space bikes, or whatever you want to call them. So, there is something about us saying, what is the world that we want to create? Because if we don't have that vision of a world that we want to create, and we just let tech take its course, these inequalities grow, the climate continue to be damaged, then potentially this is the sort of world that we will end up living in. So, what if we were legally required to join the dots, to think in an integrated way, and to consider the long-term well-being of people and planet? Well, that's exactly what we've done in Wales. The Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, it was passed in 2015. It does a number of things. I suppose the overarching principle is that it requires all of our institutions, our governments, our local government institutions, and a number of others, I'll show you the list in a moment, to demonstrate how they're acting in a manner which seeks to ensure that the needs of the present are met without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It also then does something really revolutionary, which is set out a set of long-term well-being goals for Wales. Now, you wouldn't think that having a set of long-term goals would be revolutionary for a country to have, but it is completely revolutionary, because the only long-term goals you ever get in governance and in politics is one manifesto to the next, which is why there's no incentive for anyone to deal with climate change or intergenerational poverty or any of those things, because they're going to be tested on what they've delivered in the next 4 to 5 years. But here in Wales, we have these set of long-term well-being goals, and I just want to pull out one of them in particular, which has also taken us away from this kind of growth over everything else towards well-being economics. So our statutory definition of prosperity in Wales: an innovative, productive, low-carbon society, which recognises the limits of the global environment and therefore uses resources efficiently and proportionately, including acting on climate change, and which develops a skilled and well-educated population in an economy which generates wealth and provides employment opportunities, allowing people to take advantage of the wealth generated through securing decent work. Now, nowhere does it say there that the primary purpose of an economic policy in our government is to increase GDP. But that is the primary purpose of most economic policies across the world. GDP is not necessarily bad, growth is not necessarily bad, but within those planetary boundaries, and that's the critical part. It also sets out 5 ways of working. Planning for the long term, so recognising the long-term implications of the things that you might do, using future trend scenarios, and so on. Preventing problems from occurring or from getting worse. That scenario in the NHS is just a prime example of the sort of thing that we need to be doing. Integrating, so this is recognising those points around everything's connected to everything. If we want to solve a problem over here on health, actually we might need to invest in housing, or we might need to invest in nature, or we might need to do different things other than invest in health. So integrating our thinking. Collaborating, so recognising no one body, institution or sector can meet any of these key challenges on their own, and then involving citizens in this process of co-creating the ideas and the solutions to reach these long-term wellbeing goals. And the minister who took this through the Welsh Parliament described it as the Common Sense Act, really because of these 5 principles. And, you know, why do you have to legislate for common sense? Well, sadly, it's because common sense isn't very common at all in politics and in governance. So in Wales, we've made common sense a statutory requirement. These are the bodies that the legislation applies to. 44 of the main public bodies and institutions in Wales, as I said, including the government and specifically Welsh ministers. This is a bit about the architecture of the Act. And perhaps actually if I flick through, oh, I killed it now. Oh, right, if someone might be able to fix that. So the architecture of the Act, all of our institutions have to set objectives which maximise their contribution to all 7 of the long-term wellbeing goals. Now that's really important, because what that is doing is saying, okay, health department, you deal with health, but actually you also have obligations in terms of meeting the goal of a prosperous Wales. What is it we can do to generate prosperity, the health department say? Well, actually health, you know, when you spend about £6 billion on procurement, are you doing that in a way which is low carbon procurement? Are you doing that in a way which is supporting the foundational economy? Are you doing that in a way which is recognising that one of the biggest concerns in health is people living in poverty? So how are you spending how are you using the power of your spend to actually make that kind of contribution? Thank you. So let me go see if I can, dare I go back? Yes, there we are. So this is the architecture of the Act. You can see that it links back to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, each of our 7 wellbeing goals, 7 rather than 17, but there's a close correlation. We have 46 national indicators which track the progress that we're making towards those 7 wellbeing goals. And there are roles specifically then for both myself as the Future Generations Commissioner and our audit office, so the people who go in and do the financial audits and so on, to audit how public bodies are performing against this, this legislation. So the Act then also establishes my role, the role of a Future Generations Commissioner, as you heard, the first of its kind. Well, I say that there was a Future Generations Commissioner back in the year 2000 in Israel, and I know him well, a guy called Shlomo, really nice guy, but he had powers to actually veto legislation going through the Israeli parliament, so quite significant powers, and he was so challenging to the government that they abolished him and his position after his first term. So therein lies some of the challenges of navigating this sort of, the political realities and so on. So my job as set out in law, pretty cool job description, is to act as the guardian of the interests of the future generations of Wales, no pressure or anything. My job is to promote the sustainable development principle in the law, to provide advice and support. I have powers to provide advice and support to our 44 institutions and indeed anyone else who is involved in implementing the Act. I have duties to monitor and assess the progress that's being made. And then the toughest end of my powers are what are known as Section 20 reviews, so I can go into an organisation and look at a specific issue. It's not kind of like, I'm going to look at this planning application or this very small decision. It's more, for example, at the moment, I'm going into government to look at how the machinery of government is implementing this legislation through the lens of how they're taking forward their policies in skills. How well are they applying those 5 ways of working? How well is their skills policy contributing in an integrated way across all of the wellbeing goals? So those are the powers of the Commissioner. And what does it mean that we're sort of trying to do in practice? Well, basically, we are trying to change the symptoms of a failed system while simultaneously trying to change the system itself. And there's nowhere else in the world that has kind of taken that on, really, which is why our experiment is so interesting. What we're also trying to do is to get to this sort of so-called well-being sweet spot. So when our policymakers are designing policy, when they're thinking about where they spend their money, what we're asking them to do is to demonstrate how they're taking those decisions, applying the 5 ways of working, but also saying, what are the things that if I get them right, are going to make the biggest contribution across all of those 7 wellbeing goals and their own objectives. So, and then if I've decided to do something, so for example, I'm going to invest in public transport rather than building more roads, which is a sensible thing to do in line with the 7 wellbeing goals, how then I invest in public transport is equally as important. So, am I going to be looking at the life cycle of the rail infrastructure? Am I going to be ensuring that the people we contract to build the public transport are paid a decent wage? Are we going to be looking at long-term opportunities around addressing gender inequality in engineering through the new jobs that we create? So it has this double test, if you like, of both what you decide to do and then how you decide to do it. And in each case, we should be applying the wellbeing goals and the ways of working. So the kind of specific infrastructure in the legislation, setting of wellbeing objectives, each of the 44 public bodies, duties to set wellbeing objectives which maximise their contribution to all 7 wellbeing goals. The creation of public service boards, a really critical part of the infrastructure here. So back to that point on no one organisation can achieve things on their own and everything's connected to everything. We set up statutory public service boards of all of the key public service institutions: health, police, fire, environment agency, local authorities, education, colleges, private sector and so on. And they have duties to collectively set a wellbeing plan for their area, to identify the things that they need to do together. To help them do that, they have to each undertake wellbeing assessments, so looking at the wellbeing issues across their area, both now and into the long term. So they have to apply futures thinking, future trends, scenarios, evidence, and so on. The government every 2 years produces a future trends report which helps them to do that. We've got the indicators and milestones, and then part of my role is that every 5 years the Future Generations Commissioner has to produce a Future Generations report, which is an assessment of the progress that has been made, but also advice, which there are legal requirements for these institutions to take into account, advice on where they should be going next, what they should be doing, and so on. So that's the kind of official infrastructure, but these are the really important things, because you can have a law, and generally laws require you to do particular, generally sort of processy things, write your wellbeing objectives, set a plan, publish a report every year to say how you're doing, and so on and so on. But the bigger power in this law is that it gives permission for people to challenge a broken system. So these people might be the social worker who's dealing with the third generation of the same family where the root causes of their issues have never been addressed. It might be the doctor who's dealing with the similar things in terms of families. It might be the highways engineer who's thinking, well, God, there's got to be a better solution than I just keep building more and more roads and then they keep getting full, and so on. So the system has always frustrated those protagonists and those agents of change, but this gives a framework in which it gives legal permission to do better things. It creates someone, and I see this very much as my role, someone to call out the madness, because our system is mad. The things that we do in our system are completely mad. And the power of an official public institution whose role it is to say, what you're doing is mad, please explain to me how this is, and the rest of the world, how this is sensible, is incredibly powerful. And I'll give you some examples of that in a moment. Acting as a connector, so connecting people through those public service boards and a range of other ways, but also my role. I spend a lot of my time introducing civil servants in one department to civil servants in another department, and saying things like, you know, you want to build 20,000 low carbon homes over here. Do you know your colleagues in the skills department are creating a new skills plan? So you might want to talk to them about how your skills plan is going to help you build your 20,000 low carbon homes. Oh, that's a good idea, they say. And you wouldn't, unless you've worked in government or with government, you wouldn't believe kind of how important that is. And I think if you step outside of government, you think, well, obviously that happens because that's just sensible. But as I said, you know, the way we do governance is often not that sensible. It's about growing a movement. So we can look at the very sort of technocratic mechanics of the legislation, which in some ways are less important than actually how are people feeling about this? Does this inspire change? Can people get behind the wellbeing objectives? And they were actually co-created as they were developed with a national conversation with the citizens of Wales, where we posed the question, what's the Wales you want to leave behind to your children and your grandchildren and future generations to come? So we need to be, and the other sort of power of it really is that when we talk about sustainability, I guess if you ask the average person on the street, they'd either probably wouldn't know what it is, or they'd say it's something to do with the environment. But actually our definition of sustainability is the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of Wales. So you've got arts and creative organisations who see this as their legislation. You've got the public health people who see it as their legislation. Of course, you've got the environmental it as their legislation, and start making connections across the board. So the power of building that movement. I've learned that there's a really sort of fine balance between when you use the carrot, encouraging, inspiring, helping, supporting and so on, and when you use the stick. And generally the carrot works better than the stick, but you do need to use the stick occasionally. I think that there's a really important element of ensuring that the way in which we implement this legislation is not driving the system to tick a box. Because if I was monitoring this in a technocratic way, have you written a wellbeing plan? Have you integrated all your wellbeing objectives across the goals? Have you done this, that and the other? It's very easy to write those documents, not actually change anything about what you're doing, not change the culture of your organisation, not change your mindset, but to just tick the box and miss the point. And there's some real challenges in that, because the rest of our system is often geared up to just ticking the box. If anyone's been through a process of audit, like, you know, sort of financial and performance audit, there's a lot of box ticking there. You know, it frustrates me in my own organisation. I'm like, well, you're not asking me the real questions. Ask me how I'm contributing to all these goals. You know, it's quite frustrating. If we look at our performance measures, in our NHS, the performance measure of how satisfied were your patients with the 10-minute appointment that they had with their doctor. Wrong question to ask. Better question, how satisfied are your patients with the quality of their life? You're actually getting much closer to the root causes of issues, but the way in which we measure a system, very technocratic, very short-term, and very siloed. And then the sort of final thing I suppose I've learned is that reports and frameworks and evidence and all of those things, have their uses, not decrying them. Lots of people find them useful, but actually it's the hand-holding that a lot of people want. They want to bounce ideas off you. They don't want you to come in and sort of tell them off after they've got something wrong. They want you to walk alongside them and work through how you do these things, because what we're trying to do here, futures thinking, integrated thinking across all of the wellbeing goals for current and future generations, is really hard. And so this plethora of people outside shouting in at people about what they should do is actually not that helpful. They want you walking alongside them. So this is just my sort of analysis of the people who are out there trying to do this stuff. So there's the frustrated champions. I mentioned a bit about them, the people who've seen a better way of doing things, but the system has frustrated them. There's then this sort of group of the passive procrastinators. They're kind of waiting for someone else to do it first, because what we're trying to do here is also quite risky. Lots of the systems around the sort of public service infrastructure and public policy infrastructure don't align with the Future Generations Act. So if you're going to be wrapped over the knuckles for taking a risk on how you spend your money, which is a bit of a punt because what you're trying to do is preventative stuff, which is really difficult to monitor, what are you stopping happening rather than what's happening, then you might be at risk through that sort of audit process. So there's a lot of people who kind of just want to see the trailblazers going first, and then I'll wait. But the problem is, on issues particularly like climate, we don't have time to wait. So the trick with this is, how can we make the frustrated champions less frustrated and get the passive procrastinators into champions as well? And we do have a lot of these people in our system, the abominable no-men. So apologies to anyone who's listening or anyone here who's a lawyer or a finance director or a procurement person. Often those people are the abominable no-men. The answer's no. We've always done it like this. You're not going to convince me otherwise. And we haven't got space in our system for these people. We need that innovation and that challenge coming forward. I'm conscious of the time, so I'm going to whiz on a little bit, and I'm going to talk about this slide. I want to talk about the things that are changing as a result of this legislation. So first up, our new economic strategy in Wales. So this is taken directly from our economic strategy. One vision, a wellbeing economy with a prosperous, green and equal economy. We'll strengthen the foundations of that economy, and we're talking about those foundations being the sort of foundational economy, not necessarily your big business, but those real essential businesses in communities that are doing good things for people, and their profits are not going to be shipped off to some offshore account, but actually are probably going to go back into the local community as well. Skills and employment, accelerate adaptation in terms of climate, magnetise investment, and the pursuit of social value. So again, that economic strategy, and someone tweeted when it was published and said, whoa, here is an economic strategy that doesn't mention GDP. Now that's kind of huge in terms of the shift that we are seeing. This was the first big test of the legislation, so government proposals that had been in place before the Act came into force to spend the entire of the government's borrowing capacity, upwards of £1.5 billion, on building a 13-mile stretch of motorway to deal with a problem of congestion in an area called Newport. And it was my first sort of major intervention as Commissioner, and I asked the government to explain to me how they'd applied the Future Generations Act to that proposal, that decision that they were about to take. I asked them to explain to me what long-term trends and scenarios they considered. I asked them to explain to me what they were seeking to prevent, how they were looking at this in an integrated way, how they'd involve citizens, and so on. And then I asked them to explain to me, how is this in line with the goal of a prosperous Wales, which is about a productive, innovative, low-carbon society, which acts on climate change? Can you explain to me how this is in line with the goal of a resilient Wales, which is about ecosystem resilience? This was going through a nature reserve which is described as the Welsh Amazon. Can you also explain to me how it's in line with the goal of a healthier Wales? Because by my estimation, getting the 60% of overweight or obese people, giving them more opportunity to sit in their cars in congestion is probably not going to address that, and neither is it going to address the illegal levels of air pollution that we have in Wales. Can you also explain to me how it's in line with the goal of a more equal Wales? Because 26% of the lowest income families in this region don't own a car. So why are you spending the money that could be spent to address socioeconomic disadvantage, as is required under the Future Generations Act, in a way which doesn't benefit those people at all? And it was regarded as a done deal. It was regarded as it's definitely going to happen, and the business community were campaigning for it to happen and so on, and the government cancelled it. The government cancelled the road, and they've actually gone further now. So a brand new transport strategy for Wales, put in active travel, walking, cycling and so on, and public transport at the top of our priorities for transport investment in Wales. A moratorium on all road building, so 52 already approved schemes stopped, all being reviewed in light of our carbon emissions targets and the Future Generations Act. This year, we've seen our investment in roads through our infrastructure investment budget was 2/3 going on roads. This year, that's reduced to 1/3. So you can see the power that this act is driving change. Oh. Yeah, I've done that one. A universal basic income, going back to those points that I was making about the wider determinants of health. What are the most critical factors to keeping us well? 35% of what is the most critical factors is to do with income security. So, as my role as Commissioner, I've produced evidence to show that a universal basic income, that our current system is broken. Our welfare state was designed when the gig economy wasn't a thing, it didn't exist. Long gone are the times where you would expect to go into a job and have that safe and secure job for the rest of your life. And so on. And so our welfare system needs to adapt and needs to change. And if we're looking at long term, actually poverty is one of the biggest determinants of our longer term health, our longer term well-being and so on. So we need to crack this poverty problem with new solutions. And I modelled out how a universal basic income could make that difference across the 7 well-being goals. It was seen as a completely left-of-field mad idea, probably only about 3 years ago. At the beginning of this year, the Welsh Government announced its first pilot into a universal basic income to see what it can do. We have changed the curriculum in Wales. This is a bit of a point at England, who are quite different to Wales, because in England there's been this big shift back to old things in the curriculum, like learning Latin. In Wales, our curriculum is is no Latin, it's less Latin and it's more life. The purposes of our curriculum here: healthy and confident individuals, ethical and informed citizens, enterprising and creative contributors, ambitious and capable learners. So done away with the kind of subject infrastructure, and these are all about areas of learning which are going to develop skills around cooperation, teamwork, empathy, critical thinking, all of those skills that are going to be useful for the future. And my next sort of mission is, how do we change our examination system, which just perpetuates an old system, but I probably haven't got enough time to go into that. When does tackling waste or reducing waste reduce loneliness and isolation? What are you talking about? What is she talking about, you might think? What has that got to do with anything? But Wales is the 3rd in the world for its rates of recycling, and we want to go further. We want to have a fully circular economy. But with our legal requirements on the Future Generations Act, what our officials are required to do is not just think about how can we reduce waste, but how can we reduce waste in a way which is going to have these multiple wins across our wellbeing goals. So the ways in which we're looking to reduce waste in Wales are by creating the library of things, where as a community you can go and borrow a lawnmower or a paint stripper, or all of those things we keep in our garages and might use from time to time, but have used resources producing them, and then will go to waste in landfill. We're implementing repair cafes and repair shops, bringing people together, and one of the things that they looked at with that is actually loneliness and isolation stats are up here. How can we look at ways of bringing communities together whilst also reducing our waste? And so really interesting kind of thinking from guys in the waste department who were thinking about sort of social problems as well. When culture, oh, it's gone again. when culture pays health dividends. So some of the things that are happening in Wales, we have creatives in residence in our public services. One of our health boards has 6 creatives in residence in primary care, in mental health, in their estates department. How are they thinking about planning their health estate in a creative way? All of that is part of this kind of role in terms of cultural well-being as well. And so we can see that there's quite a number of big policy changes, but also some little ones. I don't know how I'm going to get through. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Right. I just want to give you this one example of local change. So this is a part of inner city Cardiff. It was previously a concrete jungle. It's one of the areas that I was talking about that has one of the lowest levels of life expectancy in Cardiff. It's got one of the highest levels of air pollution. Across Cardiff, there's problems with congestion, and we need to deal with that problem. What happened through that collaborative infrastructure is, instead of giving that problem of roads congestion to a highways engineer, they gave that problem of roads congestion to the public health consultant. And the public health consultant, when you apply that public health lens to a transport problem, you get a completely different set of solutions. So you don't get more roads. What you get is the public health consultant looking at where are the areas with the highest levels of air pollution. How do we target public transport, cycling and walking routes in those areas? How do we clean and green those areas? How do we look at what we need to prevent these areas' terrible experiences with flooding, because they're concrete jungles? So we're going to build in sustainable urban drainage to this design as well, which is taking 40,000 tonnes of rainwater away from our decrepit sewerage system. So you can see there that both what they've decided to do, we're not going to build more roads, we're going to invest in public transport and active travel, and then how they've gone about doing that is applying our well-being goals, and you can see the ways in which they're thinking about that there. Some little things that are happening. These are brilliant wash bags made out of fire hoses from our South Wales Fire and Rescue Service. That connection between the private sector and the public sector, and the public sector having these legal requirements to act in a resource efficient way and not just chuck their old fire hoses out into landfill, but to think about different ways of doing it. These are some of the creative solutions that are coming out of that. Our schools helping kids to develop entrepreneurial skills by growing and selling and making food, connecting back to food poverty issues in our communities. And you can see here how that is helping them to develop eco-literacy, address food poverty, entrepreneurial skills, community cohesion, sustainable food production through that one programme. So I would say that Wales is not perfect. We are a tiny nation of just over 3.5 million people. But actually, I think sometimes it's the small nations, this league of small and awesome nations, who are doing really cool stuff, which actually other people could follow. So, we're really small, but that helps actually in terms of getting something like this implemented. But if you look at potentially the power of what we're doing, so these are some of the countries who are now looking to implement a Future Generations Act. So in Scotland, they've already started the process. There's a private members bill going through the UK Parliament. The Irish Foreign Minister has said that he wants a Future Generations Act. The UAE have embraced some of our thinking through their wellbeing policies. And most significantly, at a UN level, the UN Secretary General has announced that there will be a UN declaration on future generations by 2023, the appointment of a special envoy for future generations, which is, I suppose, my equivalent at UN level, and some reforms to the governance infrastructure at UN level. So if you ever think you're too small to make a difference, think about Wales. We're quite small, but we're quite beautiful, and I think that there's a lot that the bigger countries could learn from. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Sophie. Thank you so much. It was a very interesting insight into a world that usually we don't have an insight into, so thanks a lot. And also, it's very impressive to see what kind of things have already been done and been implemented. We're a bit short on time, so I would suggest maybe one question.
I'm going to be sneaky because I had 2 questions, but I already got pulled up. So, fantastic talk. Thanks so much for sharing all of this. You make it seem so easy that I wonder, was it harder to create the job in the first place or to do the job? And the other question that I have is, since we're all, most of us features, experiential features, designers, people, where would you see the biggest need in your work for applying experiential features?
Okay, so on the first question, it was a bit of political serendipity that enabled the Act to be created. One particularly passionate minister who had the ear of the First Minister. She was the Minister for the Environment. She was frustrated that sustainable development was always the thing that she had to do, not what the thing that everyone across government had to do. At the time, the UK government abolished a Sustainable Development Commission. There's always a bit of healthy competition between the UK government and the Welsh government, and so the Welsh government really wanted to do something different, and they said, we're not just going to keep our non-statutory Sustainable Development Commission, we're going to go even better, we're going to make it statutory. She managed to get the First Minister to agree that that would become a manifesto commitment, lots of backing from mostly the environmental NGOs at that time. She then actually retired from government, so the new government was left with this thing that had been her baby, and were kind of like, ooh, right, what do we do with this now? And therein grew this sort of movement from NGOs, from interested parties and so on, and some really bright civil servants who transformed this through various international connections into what was a we will legislate on sustainable development to a Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. If I'm honest, I know this is being recorded, but I'm quite straight talking, so I don't care. I don't think the government really knew what they were getting themselves into. I don't think they knew what they were getting themselves into when they appointed an independent commissioner who was going to tell them when they're behaving badly and when they're not doing the right stuff. But there we are, a bit of political, right time, right place, stuff happening. But I think a lot of it, elsewhere is about how do you grow that movement, that demand for, are you going to tell us politicians that you're not interested in protecting the interests of future generations? You argue that one out. And if you've got a big enough movement calling that out, then I think that's really powerful. And no, the job's not easy. It's an everyday nightmare. But you just got to keep going, and that movement is going to help you change and drive things. And you've got to be quite pragmatic, I think, about navigating a system. But, and there's loads left to be done. We're not perfect in any way, and I know that every day there are still decisions being taken which are not in line with the Future Generations Act, but I can't take them all up. In terms of where you guys can help, I think it's about part of this is about telling the story. I think that issue around the kind of neurological disconnect between our current and future selves, let alone, future others, real problem. And I think if we can use creative ways to sort of tell that story, but I think that if you really want to make impact, you have to connect that back to what is going to play and fly with policymakers. And I'm not saying don't do things which are kind of out there and, experimental and so on, but you've got to dock that back to where are you guys starting at, and what's the best way to take you from here to here to here to here. If you're trying to go here to here, you're probably setting everyone up to fail. So I think it's about understanding your audience. And I think there's stuff around collaborating. So, I would envisage teams where you might have political scientists working with artists, working with community activists, working with people who have policy expertise in particular areas, working with engineers and designers, because all of those people, you need their discrete skills as part of an overall package. The artist will never do it alone, the engineer will never do it alone, and the politician will never do it alone, or if they do it, they'll do it badly because they won't have had all of that advice. So it's that collaborative sort of infrastructure, I think, that's critical.
Thank you very much, Sophie. I would say any other questions you have to her, you save for later, maybe with a drink in your hands. So thanks a lot. And now I have the pleasure to hand the mic to Tantina for a little surprise.
but say thank you to Sophie. One of the speakers that was hopefully going to be joining us but wasn't able to is Stuart Candy, who is hopefully joining us now. Stuart, can you hear us? Stuart, can you hear us? Stuart, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
That's excellent. Good. So Stuart is, as we mentioned at the beginning, like the coiner of the term experiential futures, and through a logistical muddle of various sorts, which I'm sure we'll work out at some point in the next 7.5 years, he wasn't able to be here, and we sort of now worked out a quick sort of fix at the end. So Stuart's just going to give a quick idea of how he sees the last 10 years or so of experiential futures developments, and maybe where it's going. No pressure, you've only got about 10 minutes. So Stuart, thank you for joining us. It's very early in the morning for you, almost as early as Jacques earlier today from the Yes Men, and we look forward to hearing a few of your points before we finish up. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks so much for having me. Time's up, and it's great to see you all. I really wish I could have been there, and I beseech the Wi-Fi gods to grant safe passage through this session without drop or lag, since I couldn't physically be there. And I'm joining you as I think that was Tim. We haven't heard his voice before, but as Tim said, I'm joining you from a very different time zone, and on the lands traditionally occupied by the Chumash and Tongva peoples, among others. And these are words I haven't really heard here uttered over the last year or so based in LA, but I find it useful and sort of salutary to invoke and turn attention to the deep histories of the places where we are whenever we're trying to talk about the future. And the more sort of the further and more earnestly we want to discuss the futures, the deeper the dive into the present and past conditions of the place where we're having the conversation, I think, is appropriate. So I don't have the benefit of having heard what you've all been discussing in detail over the last couple of days. I hope to catch up on that in days and weeks to come. But if what I say reinforces what others have said or repeats what others have said, I think that's great. That creates less confusion, perhaps. But if it challenges or in some way complements what others have said, I think that's great too, because that may set us up for future conversations. So either way, I offer this in a spirit of kind of contribution, and I hope it's taken in that spirit as well. So as Tim said, I was sort of asked to reflect a little bit and then look forward in, what is it now, 8 minutes? I was thinking of, there's an absolutely fantastic book, a graphic novel, a sort of non-fiction graphic novel by Jessica Abel called Out on the Wire, which is a history of recent audio storytelling, kind of beginning with This American Life and Planet Money and going on to, the sort of, the kind of long form and deep dive audio that and podcasting that probably many of us are familiar with now. And in that book, Ira Glass, the longtime host of This American Life, says, at the beginning when they started doing that work, that the people who were doing it could just about have all fit in a minivan. And I sort of found that resonant, because I think when we started doing this work in experiential futures or speculative design or design fiction or whatever your preferred term may be, I think that's probably about right. The number of people who were sort of aiming at producing in that vein and with the kinds of intention to enable futures literacy, higher quality conversation about possibilities could have fit in a minivan, or for Europeans maybe a compartment in a train carriage. This work of futures brought to life that this event that's being held is celebrating and deepening really has evolved really quite significantly over the last decade or decade and a half. I flash back, there's a lot of reflections I could share, but I guess with me is a conversation that my longtime partner in this work, particularly in the early days, Jake Dunnigan, now at Institute for the Future, and I were on the balcony of his tiny apartment in Hawaii with our friend Matt Jensen, who's a brilliant designer and creative director with whom we collaborated on a bunch of projects, especially Found Futures Chinatown back in the day. And I think this conversation may have been in 2005 or so. And Jensen said, why would you just describe a trend if you could start a trend? And I kind of remember my mind tilting at that moment because, yeah, the point he was getting at, that as futurists, what we were interested in doing was not just documenting the world, but changing it. There was obviously a great deal of space that hadn't really been explored, and the trend that Matt Jensen was referring to there was, the trend of having people adopt and cultivate the habit of thinking possibilities through physically, materially, and performatively, which of course has very long antecedents in any number of art forms, but as a deliberate agenda, it sort of appended to futures as a field kind of really didn't exist at that moment. So, flash forward, whatever it is, 16 years or something, and there are many different flavors and a great deal of proof of concept now out there that you all have, that we all kind of as a community that's emerged out of our various, intuitions and inclinations into that space have developed. And, there are conferences and whole, uni programs and institutions, entire museums that have been conceptualized and built to house and advance this type of work, which is, really exciting. There's the emergence of the speculative futures community, and I have to admit, this is a slight bugbear of mine. The term speculative futures doesn't quite work for me. It reminds me of that exchange in the movie A Few Good Men, where Tom Cruise's character is talking to Jack Nicholson's character. The same scene where you can't handle the truth. You might remember that. But earlier in that scene, the Nicholson character says the reason he transferred the Marine off his base was, I thought his life might be in danger. And Cruise says, grave danger? And Nicholson says, is there another kind? And so whenever I hear the term speculative futures, I sort of think, is there another kind? But look, whatever you call it, all flavors and inflections and variants of this work are more than welcome and needed under whatever banner you prefer. And in looking back on it, it occurred to me that, and I looked this up, that when we started doing this work, the number of parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere was about 380. And as of today, it's nearing 420. So it's 417.79 apparently. So it's 10% higher than it was when we started doing this work. And I think that's a sobering reality check about the conditions that persist in the background that have not been meaningfully dented yet by our efforts, as well-meaning as they might be, and as and as successful on some metrics as they may be in sort of finding a way into certain institutional and cultural contexts. Of course, you would all be aware that the sixth IPCC assessment report was just released and described by the UN Secretary General as a damning indictment of failed climate leadership. And this is not just a problem of climate leadership. This is a collective human problem caused by collective human activity. And so, we could sort of rehearse the litany of reasons why experiential futures and its cognates are needed on a planetary basis. I guess I'll resist doing that in detail, except to say that Jim Data's unholy trinity plus one is a pretty useful shorthand for the mess we find ourselves in. Peak oil and energy crisis as the first piece of the holy trinity, unholy trinity, environmental crises, all of them, and the collapse of global neoliberal economic system as the third. And then the plus one, the sort of kicker to that trio, is the lack of preparedness of governments everywhere, or just about everywhere, Sophie Howe about the heroic effort in Wales to remedy that, but the lack of preparedness of governments just about everywhere to meet any of those challenges in anything like the ways that they should. So why experiential futures? Why is it still relevant? I mean, I think it's relevant for all of the reasons I just mentioned, and we could add many others. But really, I think it's a matter of, at least I don't see any preferred future for humanity being possible in the absence of meaningful investment in imagination. Or to put it more simply, as one of the founders of Futures Studies and also Peace Studies, Elise Boulding, put it, we cannot achieve what we cannot imagine. We cannot achieve what we cannot imagine. So we must invest in imagining whatever it is that we want to achieve. But it isn't just, by my lights, a matter exclusively of investing imagination in preferred futures. That is not enough. It needs to be in many futures. And it's not enough. The reason for that, I think, is kind of twofold. One is that the term preferred and the meaning of preferred, like the substance of it, is contested, as it should be. So if you just sort of say, well, we're just going to imagine preferred futures, that immediately poses the question, but whose preferences are you talking about? And so you must diversify to account for the variety of preferences that exist. And then the other reason, and I think it's, this is why non-preferred and scary futures and many other flavors also need to be invested in and made available to think and feel with, is because plurality or pluralism is itself, in my view, an inherent good. That is to say that diversity of images of the future is kind of, this is something I kind of believe but cannot prove. The diversity of images of the future is an index of the health or resilience of a human community in a way, at least in our current conditions, in a way that's analogous to biodiversity being an index of health in an ecosystem, or neurodiversity being an index of the resilience and flexibility of a team or an organization. We can talk about imagination, and I have a lot, and I think probably many of you have as well over the years, advocating for its sort of embrace in corridors of power where imagination is typically not a word on everyone's lips, but foresight is not meaningful without action. And so I've come to think that yes, imagination is really important, but it is useless without being alongside memory and understanding. And that's kind of just on the comprehension, on the foresight side. So memory meaning historical memory, and understanding some kind of thesis of why things occurred the way they did, and what kinds of possibilities that leads to. You kind of need that trio of imagination, memory, and understanding, and that's just on the kind of comprehension side. Then on the action side, because all of that does you no good at all unless you have the capacity to deploy it or to do something with it. And so power is needed. And I mean political power. And so, for example, the movement for Black Lives, or particularly in this country, in the United States, but not only here, the renewed movement for workers' rights and the conditions for supporting people's basic lifestyles, those can be imagined and theorized ad nauseum, and have been. But until they are attached to the apparatus of political power to enact them, they sort of can't go anywhere. But power isn't enough either. You need nerve, which is the willingness to act on the foresight and insight that you generate. And so, it's possible to have both the imagination, memory, and understanding, and power to put something into action, but then to fail to act, which was the case in, say, New Orleans, in relation to the shoring up of the levees, and which resulted in the tragedy of Hurricane Katrina being as devastating as it was. So you need power, nerve, and then the last thing, which is kind of the humbling, most humbling ingredient of all, is luck. And there's really nothing you can do about luck, except, I guess, as in mind. So if you invest in those other 5 things, then luck is more likely to go your way. So yeah, it's imagination, memory, and understanding on the foresight side, and then power, nerve, and luck on the action side. So I think that social foresight, or what Wendy Schultz years ago suggested, might be called ambient foresight, a kind of distributed capability and enacted capability for thinking systematically and creatively about things happened yet. To me, that basically boils down to 3 dimensions of difference. That is, any future that you think about should be meaningfully different from the present. Diversity. You have a range of futures that are different, not just from the present, but from each other. And depth, you need to try to get under the skin of them and understand their implications in a lived and visceral and emotional way, and that really is what futures brought to life, or experiential futures, etc., are particularly geared towards, that 3rd dimension. It depends on the other 2 being present in order to really work. And I think our task is to insinuate this work into as many contexts and sites as possible. So if you are an established practitioner and have the credibility to try things out and propose them in these practices, then, take some risks. And maybe you're already doing this, but then let me help you push that boulder further downhill. So if you're working in an education context or a museum one, maybe the question might be, how could this be, how could the tendrils of these kinds of thought, these kinds of enabling experiment be built more into everyday life? Or if you work more in a government context or in a corporate one, how might you take the lessons and the techniques that you're learning and practicing in those settings and bring them into your community or into your neighborhood or into other areas, other circles that you move in, other cultures that you can affect? So that's my message to people who I guess are already doing this and have some background in it. Take some risks with the capital that you've built up. And then if you're new to this and thinking about trying something out, it's the same message. Try it out. Take some risks. I think actually the greater risk by far is leaving the worlds that we might live in unimagined. And so to wrap up here, I want to offer my gratitude to Time's Up for this opportunity to join you, albeit in a limited way. I think the name Time's Up is actually perfect for the situation in which we find ourselves, and jives with the message I want to share, which is, that we're all kind of apprentice shamans in the magical arts of applied world building, and it's time to step up. So thank you very much for having me, and best of luck with your next steps.
Thank you very much. Stuart, thank you very much for that. Tina and I are just going to wrap the final moment of the conference up because it's 5 o'clock. It's time for you to have your breakfast. It's time for us to go and have a coffee and a last nibble and a drink or whatever else. We would like to thank all the people that we thanked at the beginning. All of you for coming here, technology people for making the technology work, our wonderful moderator, the AAL and their support for what's gone on here, and the university, the Angewandte, who made all this quite possible.
And we probably also have to thank you to stay with us, to stand with us. I mean, we have heard drilling and sledgehammering yesterday. We had a bit of hammering. I found the afternoon rather okay. I think that was very sort of smoothing already. But yeah, anyway, thanks for staying with us, be with us. That was really great for us.
And it's been a privilege to think and learn with all of you right here and over the years, present and non-present people. Just a short anecdote to finish things off why this conference, why this meeting makes great sense here at the Arts University and in this context of a PEAK project. PEAK is the artistic research program that's run by the Austrian Science Federation, essentially. And in about 2004, Gerold Bast, the rector who opened up the conversation yesterday, and a bunch of people put together a application leaflet for applying for artistic research money, and had a submission address on it and everything, down to the fine print, as we heard, of that it wasn't actually a real one, but it was an exploration of whether this is something that would actually be useful or not. The Austrian Science Federation whinged, they complained, they did everything because they were receiving dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of these applications for artistic research. By creating...
It might have been changes, actually, smuggling this formula in there.
And so the project that we're doing here, the possibility to be able to invite all of you here, is a real-world development of such a outrageous speculation. And it's very nice to know that sometimes the futures do bring real things to life, speculative futures. Thank you to everybody. Should we all give ourselves a round of applause and call at the end of the day?
And
Thank you very much.
we would like to thank you very much for organizing this symposium.
Are we getting some snacks from Alex over there?
Alex has very kindly offered us to make some snacks at the cafe for us to round things up. So we don't just need to run away because we're hungry. Thank you all. Sorry, you receive that.